Okay, want to welcome everyone to our workshop today. My name is Richard Lutke. I am the Texas chapter PDO, and I'm also the planning director for the city of Louisville, just outside between Dallas and Denton. I've been a planner for about 28 years. I've been PDO now for about 12 years. And Jennifer and I have been doing this that entire 12 years, twice a year. So we've helped many planners become or be successful in passing the AICP exam. I took the AICP exam in 1996. Before it was electronic, it was a Scantron test, and we had to wait 3 months before we got our results. So y'all are all very fortunate now. You'll get the results when you're finished taking the exam. So with that, I'll pass it on over to Jennifer.
Thanks, Richard. Well, I am really excited to be able to be your instructor for today. My name is Jennifer Cowley, and similar to Richard, I first took the AICP exam back when it was on pencil and paper, but had the opportunity to take it several more times just for fun. And have taken it in the iterations since. And why take the AICP exam more than once? Well, of course, you want to pass it the first time, so I hope you only take it once. But I've been teaching these workshops for more than a dozen years to try to help people pass the exam. And in part, it was because when I was studying for the exam, there were very few materials to help. And I said, I've got to make this a better experience for other planners. So Richard and I have been a team for more than a dozen years helping to support people in passing the AICP exam. And so today we're going to spend a lot of time focusing on study strategies and what you can do to organize your studies, how to approach different exam questions, things like that. We will have breaks throughout the day. So every time we finish a module, we'll either take a 5 or a 10-minute break. We will have a lunch half hour that we'll put somewhere between 12:45 and 1:15, depending on when we finish up a module. A little bit more about me. So I worked as a planner for the cities of Amarillo, and I worked in Carrollton and College Station. Before I went back and got my PhD, I became a planning professor and spent many years at Ohio State University. And about 4.5 years ago, moved back to Texas to join the University of North Texas. And I serve as the provost and vice president for academic affairs. We launched a new undergraduate program in planning a couple of years ago. So if you ever need interns or looking for graduates, then feel free to reach out. We're always happy to help share the talent that we have at the University of North Texas. So Richard is going to walk us through just a couple of slides, and then we're going to have everybody introduce themselves before we jump into the training for today. Richard?
Well, before we do those slides, let's go ahead and do the introductions, and then we'll start with those slides.
Sure. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go around the room, and we'll just ask that you turn on your video and microphone when we call on you. That way we can have a name with a face. Eric, you can introduce yourself first.
Sure. My name is Eric Peabody, and I'm a graduate of the master's program at UTA. I'm not a practicing planner yet. I work for D.R. Horton, the home builder, and I'm preparing for the November exam.
Fantastic. And that's great if everybody can tell us when you're planning to take the exam. And Eric, I've got to imagine you are so busy right now with the demand for new housing.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. All right, Hanan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hanan. I'm a PhD student at the University of Texas at Arlington. My major is urban planning and public policy, and I'm trying to take the exam this November. It's going to be the first time taking the exam.
And hopefully the only time. All right, JP.
Hello, I'm JP Duque. I am the senior planner for the city of Burleson. I've been planning for roughly 4 years, originally born in Illinois, moved to Texas 4 years ago. I'm also the secretary for the APA Midwest section and planning to take the AICP this upcoming exam window in November.
Fantastic. All right, Molly.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Molly Coriel. I have been a planner for the city of Carrollton for over 4 years now. And before that, I was a undergraduate at Texas State University, and I graduated in 2017, and I will be taking the AICP exam this November as well.
Fantastic. All right, Emily.
Sorry, I had to unmute there. I'm Emily Hepworth. I'm the Community Outreach Planner for the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization here in Austin. I've been here for 3 years, and I moved here right out of grad school. I went to Ball State University, and I graduated in 2018. So I'm planning to take the AICP exam in November. I started studying in the spring and decided I needed some more studying to get in. So I'm excited to take it in November and have it done.
Fantastic. All right, Tilfred, I don't know if that's your name or just your acronym for.
Oh no, that's my name. It's an
Okay.
07.
Awesome.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Tilfred Farley. I worked 20 years for the city of McAllen as a planner inspector / code enforcement officer. Retired from the city of McAllen back in March. Currently, I'm working for the city of Edinburgh, Texas, as a planner assistant, reviewing site plans and also the permits that come into the office. Very busy office. Right now, probably plan on taking the exam next May.
Okay, I want you to make a commitment today. I'm taking the exam in May.
Wonderful. I'm taking the exam in May.
Perfect. All right, John, you're up next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Tiemann. I'm the Manager of Public Involvement at BIA Metropolitan Transit in San Antonio, Texas. Taking the exam in November. Very excited to be a part of this group. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. All right, Beth.
Good morning. My name is Beth Skeeto. I spent 10 years in the architecture and engineering and construction industry and then transitioned into planning about 7 years ago. I'm with the city of Conway, Arkansas, where I'm a planner, planning to take the exam in November as well.
Fantastic. All right, Peter.
Hi, I'm Peter Doe, recently graduated from the MERC program at UNO, University of New Orleans. I'm planning to take the exam in May.
And where are you working now?
Oh, I'm still looking for a job. I just graduated this summer.
Okay, fantastic. Well, congratulations on your graduation.
Thank you.
All right, D. Austin.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Austin Colina. I'm a planner at the city of Edinburgh. Before that, I worked for about 20 years as a consulting planner. I'm hoping to take the test in May. I think November is a little too, I figured November was a little too ambitious with my other things going on. So May, I think, is I work with Fred, by the way, Tilford. He's my coworker.
Okay, fantastic. Well, so I'm going to have you say, I am taking the exam in May too. Part of this is committing to, hey, I've got a goal and I'm going to reach that goal. So it's not I'm thinking about, I am taking the exam in May.
Well, I'm taking the exam in May, assuming everything goes well.
Okay, everything's going to go great. Chainika.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Janika, and I'm a PhD candidate at Texas State University. This is hopefully my last semester. So I'm going to be graduating in December. And I have registered myself for the AICP exam for the November cycle. Just too ambitious. But if I don't succeed, I'll retake it in the May. But I'll try my best. Before this, I have done my undergrad in architecture and urban planning. And I have a couple of 7-8 years of experience working as an urban planner. And I did give the AICP exam I tried in 2016 when I came to US. And I got my essays, 2 out of 3 essays accepted, but the last one didn't. And after that, I got my PhD started, so I didn't get time after that. So I am trying it again. So hopefully I'll get it done.
Wonderful. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you pass the exam in November. All right, so the boxes keep shifting around, and so it's a little bit hard for me to keep up with everybody, but Ewing, Ma, I don't think you've introduced yourself yet. If you can introduce yourself. You're on mute.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, because my camera does not connect to the desktop. My name is Yuying Ma. I am right now a planner in Harris County in Houston. And I registered for a November exam, and I hope I can get it passed, and it will be my first and the last exam.
I hope for that as well. So we'll look forward to helping you along today. Thanks for introducing yourself. We have a couple of other people. Sai, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, my name is Sai Kalakuntla. I'm a transportation planner working with CDM Smith in Houston office. I graduated from Texas A&M University College Station in 2017, and this is my second attempt, and I'm taking my exam in November. So I hope I'll pass this time.
Well, Gig'em Aggies, I'm a fellow Texas A&M graduate.
Yeah, I really
me too.
All right, Krista, do you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Krista Stoneham. I'm a manager in the mayor's office for the city of Houston, but my background is in architecture, planning and development. I appreciate you for making me commit to a date because I just haven't. I'm proud of myself for even committing to this class, but I will take the test in November.
I love it. We're going to help you pass this test in November. Fantastic. All right, who have I missed? If I've missed you, please just go ahead and turn on your video and unmute yourself and go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Tarani. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yep. I'm a senior planner with the city of Tyler. I'm taking this exam in November as well. So just prepping.
Fantastic. Well, we'll help you with some more prepping today. All right, Joy.
Yes, I am Joy Harden. I work for the city of Austin. I am the division manager over zoning, historic preservation, and jurisdictional matters such as annexation. And I will be taking the test in November.
Fantastic. All right, Murray.
Hi, Murray Myers, City of San Antonio. I'm the Municipal Sustainability Manager. I will be taking the exam in November.
Fantastic. All right, anybody else that I missed? Okay, I think we got everybody, Richard. Well, thanks for the introductions, everybody. We are going to have a few notes from Richard about resources that are available. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. You're welcome. We just encourage you to keep your video off to help with everybody's streaming so they can get as smooth of a signal as possible when we're in the presentation part. You will be able to ask questions as we move throughout the day. You can just enter those into the chat if you'd like. There are a few challenges with me seeing the chat at the same time that I'm sharing the screen, but I'll pause and take questions as we move through the day. And you'll also have times where you can unmute yourself and we'll have live interactions as well. We want to make this as engaging a process as possible for you throughout the day. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Here you go, Richard.
Okay, wonderful. It looks like it's coming up. Okay, there we go. If you'll go ahead and go to the next slide. I just got a few little announcements. I'll be talking about scholarships, upcoming workshops, study groups, the CPC study manual, and the planning history study deck. Next slide. So with scholarships, it's very simple. If your employer does not cover the cost of the exam, you are eligible. We will get you an exam or a scholarship one way or another. We want to make sure every planner has the opportunity to take the exam. The scholarship does not cover the full cost of the exam. The exam, through all the various steps, is about $510, but we can cover about 300 of that. So we'll cover a little bit over half. You'd have to cover about 210. And it kind of depends on which route you go. Now that there's flexibility, you do not have to submit the essays. You can take submit the essays after you pass. So again, we'll cover some of the changes that they've made a little bit later on. All I need is an email from you stating that you do not, that your employer does not cover the cost of the exam, and I'll go ahead and make arrangements to get the $300 covered. And I'll be accepting those for the November exam through October 29th. Now, anyone taking the May exam, That will begin in December when that window opens for scholarships for that exam. Next slide. Upcoming workshops. Some of you may have attended my 4-hour workshop about 2 weeks ago on July 31st. And that workshop, again, pairs very nicely with today's workshop. We kind of cover more of a broader scope on the AICP exam and give you a lot of resources and study tips, and we kind of go over the outline and just a lot of little tidbits and recommendations to help you get organized. Where Jennifer really does a great job in helping you get familiar with the structure of the questions and helps you dive in or take a deep dive on how to approach the questions and pick the right answer. So we will be doing the 4-hour workshop, the more broad workshop, again, Monday, November the 1st from 1 to 5. That will be a 4-hour hybrid workshop. So it'll be both on Zoom and it'll be in person in conjunction with the Texas chapter conference, which we are also doing in conjunction with 4 other chapters. We're partnering again with New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri for that one. So I hope to see a lot of you. If you did not make the workshop 4 weeks ago, you've got another opportunity on November the 1st, particularly those of you taking the exam in May. It's a really good first step to kind of starting to make the commitment and starting to get organized. Then we will kind of start the whole cycle of workshops up again, and in the spring ahead of the May exam. So in January and February, depending on the nature or the state of the world concerning COVID, if the world is getting better, and cross our fingers, we hope it is, we'll go back to live workshops throughout the state of Texas. As typically in Austin, San Antonio, Arlington, and Houston, and I even sometimes go to more remote areas like Lubbock, Midland, El Paso, or McAllen. Those are typically free of charge. I try to get as many people in the rooms as possible. And it seems like the best interaction is in person, but if depending on the state of things, that may be one condensed virtual workshop. As far as the recordings, the recordings of both today's workshop and the one 2 weeks ago are going to be made available for purchase. I think we knock off about $5 or $10 from the regular registration rate. We had a lot of folks that were tied up today and couldn't join us. I will hopefully have that posted on the Texas chapter website either later next week or the week after. And I will also probably shoot out a reminder to the 550 people on my distribution list, making y'all aware that the recording is available. Study groups is an incredible way to stay motivated. Highly recommend that everyone at least identify one other person that's taking the exam and make them an accountability buddy. It's when I was preparing for the exam, I did have an accountability buddy. It was actually a classmate that had taken the exam and passed it 1 year earlier, and he had shipped me his box of information because back then there was no internet. So, and I was working for the city of Wichita Falls. It was very isolated, but that box of materials helped very much. And then we scheduled a phone call every other week on a Thursday evening at 8 o'clock. And that was my time to report into him how much I've studied, if I had any questions, and it really helped me stay on track. So I highly recommend that. What I will be doing the next week or so, I will be sending out basically an opportunity to that list of 550. Anyone that wants to opt out can opt out. If you just do not want to be involved with any type of study groups, I can take your name off the list, but I'll give you about 3 days to opt out, and then the list will be sent out to everyone on the list. It'll be sorted by zip code and major areas of the state, and we just encourage folks to either form small groups, send out emails to everyone in your area, and like I said, it helps to have particularly if you have planners from public sector versus private sector, y'all really have different viewpoints and can really assist each other in getting prepared for the exam. I also want to mention too, the diversity and inclusion subcommittee of the Texas chapter is also very interested in forming at least a couple of online study sessions here in the next couple of months. I think they're looking at sometime in September. It seemed like there's quite a bit of interest, so I will be sharing my master distribution email list with them. So they'll be probably sending out information as well as they get those 1 or 2 study sessions set up. I highly encourage logging in. I can't imagine it being more than an hour or 2, and just a good time to really share in some resources with other planners that are preparing for the exam. So like I said, I'll have that master study group list together here within the next week or so once I remove the names of those that choose to opt out. Next slide. The Chapter President Study Manual is a very low-cost source of information in preparing for the exam. It was just recently updated a little less than a year ago, last fall, and it is now available in APA Learn for $15 for APA members and $30 for non-members. And very comprehensive overview of the exam with study questions. And one thing that we're going to probably repeat quite a bit, any source of information that is put out by the APA is probably going to be on the exam. So since APA is the one that writes the questions and produces the exam. So this is a very, very good source of information. The previous editions of the CPC study manual is a PDF. The last one that was available was the summer of 17 edition. Many of you may have acquired copies, purchased copies, or got it shared from some other folks. It is still a very good resource. So don't throw it out. You could use that in your time in preparing for the exam, and has very, very good information. So that is still a good source. Next slide. The Planning History Study Deck is an excellent resource. It is basically taken from the timeline of American planning history, which is now on the APA website under study materials. And the senior planner in the city of Louisville, John Beckham, he passed the exam in May of 2020, and he put this together, the study deck, and it's on a website called Anki. And he combined all of those study materials from the timeline. And you do have to set up an account, but it is free. And that program uses active recall and spaced repetition to make sure you're only studying the items that you're having trouble recalling. So it helped him a great deal in getting prepared for the exam, especially when you're looking at that timeline. It kind of really helps put things in perspective. And you'll see how all of this information related to planning is all interrelated. Next slide. Okay, I think that's all that I have. I just got a couple closing remarks here before I turn it over to Jennifer. Probably the most popular question that I get from planners is, why should I put myself through this agony of preparing and taking this exam? Because I will tell you, the exam is one of the hardest exams I have ever taken. But the reason for going through this is very simple. It is to be a better planner, period, end of story. Once you pass the exam, any planner can pass it. I have some planners that do not have a college degree, and they had to get 8 years of experience, and they passed the exam. So any planner can pass the exam. You just got to make the commitment and put the time in and come up with a plan for getting prepared. Once you pass it, you feel like you've conquered the world. There's so many reasons why the certification is important. It gives our profession more recognition, legitimizes our profession. It helps you to continuously keep learning. To be a good planner, you need to keep learning. You need to keep going to conferences and going to webinars and workshops to keep learning about all of the new tools that are coming out and the cutting edge techniques. That benefits our communities. Also, I will also mention too that planners that have the AICP credential on average have higher incomes, about 16% higher incomes than planners that do not have the credential. So it does pay off in the end. And again, we take a pledge to serve our communities. So therefore, we need to be the best planners that we can to serve those communities and make our communities as sustainable and great communities as possible. The other little thing too I want to share with is when you approach the exam, you have to look at the planning profession as an Olympic-sized pool. It is huge. It's very, very broad. It covers so many different sub areas. But this exam only goes 1 inch deep. You basically need to know the basics about all of the different subsectors of planning. And of course, Jennifer is going to cover that in a lot more depth as we go through all the materials today. So with that, I will turn it over to Jennifer.
Thanks so much, Richard. Really appreciate your insights and experience and all you do to support helping our planners across Texas pass this AICP exam.
My pleasure.
Absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to break the day up into modules. We have given you a ton of material. There is no way we're going to get through all of it today. So think of it as a bonus study material that I'm providing to you. So we'll move at the pace that the class wants to move. As I mentioned, you'll be able to type questions into the chat, and then we'll have opportunities. You can always unmute yourself and ask the question live if you'd like to. And what we're going to do is we'll move through each module. We'll take a break after each module. It will either be a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break until we get to our lunchtime. I will stop about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, plus or minus, and that last half hour will be an opportunity to talk about anything you want to talk about or cover a module that you would like to be able to cover that we haven't gotten to yet. So it's really kind of your choice. So Eric has asked, will the contents of this workshop be available after the workshop for future review? Richard?
Yes, I will send a free copy or a free link to the recording. We will post this on YouTube, and it'll be it'll have access protection. So you will need the link, and I will send that to everyone that has registered for this workshop.
And then Richard, Joaquin has asked, has anyone gotten their essay results yet? And Joaquin, I think that's a question maybe others can type into the chat. I presume you're referring to the November exam window. All right, and Yu Ying has responded, not yet. So I'm sure that you will be hearing relatively soon about the essay responses. All right, so our first activity is going to be fun. So what I'm going to ask you to do is have a little pen and pencil, pen and piece of paper out if you can, or you can take notes on your computer, that's fine too. But we're just going to take a practice AICP exam. And what we're doing is I just want you to keep track of how many you get right. Now, our goal is not for you to pass this little practice exam. Our goal for this segment is that we're going to be focused on what to do if you don't know the answer and how to use deductive reasoning, how to come up with the best answer. You have to answer your questions quickly. So you're going to have to move through the exam. You can't spend too much time focusing on any individual question. So we're going to just give you some strategies for taking the test well. And that's our goal for today. Now, you can familiarize yourself with some model questions. They're illustrative questions. One of the things I want to emphasize is any source of questions you get are not the real AICP exam questions, because everybody who writes those questions is sworn to secrecy. They're not allowed to share them with anybody. But people like myself, we have Henry Bittaker from the Florida chapter, have written model questions that we'll be using to help familiarize yourself with the exam format. So the questions that we're going to be working with today are the AICP exam illustrative questions. They're available on the AICP website, and you can follow these instructions for accessing those and reviewing them later. So we're going to walk through this series of questions. I'll read the question and then we'll talk through an exercise of how you would deduce what the right answer is. And so people can type into the chat as we're going, and this will be in part a group exercise around how to sharpen your test taking skills. So a small nonprofit is considering restructuring its organization to enhance internal communications. Which type of organizational structure would be most appropriate? Hierarchical, flat, matrix, or flexible? So what we're going to want to do is we're going to start with saying, okay, let's assume we don't know anything about organizational structures. We don't know what the answer is. So what we're looking for in the question is, what is the key word that might help us link to a appropriate answer? So what do you see as the key word here, words that stand out to you that would help you in answering this question? So you can just type into the chat. So people are pointing out small, right? Okay, so we've got a small organization rather than a large organization. And Joaquin has pointed out restructuring. So we're going to change our organizational type. Okay, so let's start with the word small. All right, so let's look at the choices we have. We've got hierarchical, flat, matrix, and flexible. So if I've got a small organization, that tells me that there's not very many people. So hierarchical would mean that you have somebody reporting to somebody else, reporting to somebody else, reporting to somebody else. Does that seem like it's something that would be applicable to a small organization? The answer is probably no. So we could eliminate that one as an answer choice. So that leaves us with B, C, and D. And I see Hanan and Austin, they're on it. They're like, the answer is B. I know it's B. Well, as we go through these questions, sometimes I'll ask you to tell me the right answer, but for the most part, I'm not going to ask you to give me the right answer, because we're going to try to work through and pretend that we don't know the answers to these questions and how to solve them. But the great news is, yeah, no spoilers, Molly has pointed out. So what I suspect Hanan came up with is that if you're small, something flat would be the best, the best answer. And that's absolutely true. So our folks that jumped the gun on us, they got it right. So flat is the correct answer. What I will tell you is flexible is a made-up word. It does not apply in this particular situation. You will see some made-up words. I mean, they're not literally made up. Flexible is indeed a word, but not real planning-related terminology. So I'm just going to talk through, you will need to know organizational structure for the AICP exam. And so you could expect to see the terms hierarchical, flat, and matrix on the exam. And many of you work for different kinds of organizations. And so I just ask you to reflect as I give you explain these answers, which kind of organization do you think you work for? Do you work for a hierarchical organization? That is one that has many layers. That might be, for example, a planning technician and a planner, and the planner reports to the senior planner, and there's a planning director, and then there's the director of development services, and so on and so forth. You have flat organizations. This might be small nonprofits or small consulting firms. Everybody just kind of pitches in and does everything. There might be one boss or two bosses in the organization. There's matrix organizations, and you see this when you have strong team-based approaches. So for example, you might have a development services team. And so you have a direct supervisor. For example, I have a supervisor, but oftentimes I'm working with people in other divisions, and we create cross-functional teams. And so that would be an example of a matrix organization, that you have somebody supervising the team or serving as the team lead. And then, as I said, flexible is not. So of those choices, which of those terms do you think best describes your organization? And so y'all can just type into the chat what kind of organization you think you work for. So Sai and Austin and Yu Ying say they work for hierarchical organizations. A couple of you working for flat. Emily Emily and Molly work for a matrix organization. Great. So these are the kinds of things I'm going to encourage you to do as you're learning material. Try to be reflective because it will stick better if you think about the context in which something may or may not apply. So it'll be easier for you to remember for the exam. Okay, what is a matrix organization, for example? All right, next up, typical public health topics in the comprehensive plan include 1, aging, 2, active transportation, 3, Planned Parenthood, 4, environmental health. Now, I'll tell you, I hate these questions on the exam because it's hard enough figuring out between 4 choices, but now you've got these combinations of answers together that make it a more challenging question. So we've got 1 and 2 only, aging and active transportation. 2 and 4 only, active transportation and environmental health. We've got C, which is 1, 2, and it should be 4. There's obviously not a 6. So aging, active transportation, and environmental health, or D, all of the above. All right, so as you're looking at which one is different from the others, we've got aging, active transportation, Planned Parenthood, and environmental health. Is there one of those answers between 1, 2, 3, and 4 of that list that you feel like doesn't fit? All right, so Austin and Eric are saying Planned Parenthood, right? This one's a pretty easy question. Planned Parenthood is an organization. And while we might reference organizations in a comprehensive plan, it's not a public health topic. So the key word we're looking at in the question is topics. Topic is aging or active transportation, while Planned Parenthood is an organization. So sometimes looking for those keywords will really help stand out which one doesn't belong. So this one's a pretty easy question. One of the things I'll tell you is that there are a mix of super easy questions like this, and then there are super hard questions that you're like, what are they doing? How could I possibly know about this topic? The last time I took the exam, there was a question about juvenile adjudication. And I was like, what is that? I don't know what juvenile adjudication is. And it turns out it's how minors get divorced from their parents. And I thought, why is this related to planning? I really was struggling. And then I just have to remind myself that they have to weed out the people who can get 100 from the people who can't. And this is a scaled score exam. Easy questions are worth less points than harder questions. And so you can expect to see some really hard questions on the exam, and don't let that throw you for a loop. Expect that you're going to get some of these questions wrong. And your goal is not to get a perfect score. I like to tell people that your goal is to get something less than a perfect score because you studied too much if you've got a perfect score. But we'll talk more about that a little later. All right, so let's move on to the next question. The following equation illustrates the demographic concept of, okay, we've got an equation here, population under 18 plus population over 65 and above, divided by the population 18 to 64. So it's asking us to consider whether it's dissimilarity index, cohort survival, dependency rate, or mortality rate. Okay. Oh, the answer to the previous question was 1, 2, and 4. So it's aging, active transportation, and environmental health are all public health topics. All right. So for this one, I see Trinika is jumping in already to try to give us the right answer. But what I want you to do is think about what are these terms telling us? And I want you to think about which answer you would exclude and why. So if you'll type in, for example, if you thought it was mortality rate or something like that, and why. And it looks like a storm's about to come. And so now my face looks like I'm a ghost. So I'm going to turn on the light in my room while y'all are typing in the answers of which answer choices you would exclude and why. Okay, so Yu Ying has said she would exclude the cohort survival method, but she didn't tell us why. So I'm going to let her think about that and type a little more explanation. So Austin says he would exclude the mortality rate. All right, I'm going to, let's see. Okay, he says would exclude the mortality rate, would be low for 18 and under. So feels like we cut that answer out. Molly admits she doesn't know what cohort survival is. But she knows the other ones. Sai says excluding mortality rate because it doesn't talk about deaths. Perfect. Okay, so let's talk about these answers a little bit. So cohort survival is a population projection technique. And every state in the United States breaks down the population by age group. And so, for example, we'll tell you how many people are aged 0 to 5, 5 to 10, so on and so forth. And when you're doing a projection for your city, county, whatever it might be, you want to look at what is the aging process. So for example, people who are 0 to 5 will in 5 years be between the ages of 5 and 10, except that there's a survival rate. And so we need to know what the mortality rate is for children, say age 0 to 5 would be very low mortality rate, but there would be a smaller survival rate moving from age group to age group. Okay, and so as was noted, the mortality rate, we just know population. We don't know anything about survival or mortality. So we could exclude that one because you know what mortality means. All right, we've got dissimilarity index. Well, that could sort of make sense, except population under 18 and population 65 and older, well, those are two different groups. They're not the same group. So that leaves us with the dependency rate. And so if you think about what a dependent is, right, somebody who's dependent on others, then this makes perfect sense that we've got the denominator being the population that is working age. And then you have the population that is under 18 and over 65, which is generally those who are not working, then that would give you your dependency rate. For the AICP exam, you're going to have a number of questions that are going to ask you about different types of methodologies. You won't see a ton of these questions, but you will see a handful. And so we'll talk today about some of those kind of key concepts that you should be familiar with. Okay, so we're on to the next question now. And what you will see is that this is a chart and we have a big paragraph. So whenever I see a question like this, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the chart and see if I can figure a little bit out about it. So we see we've got 3 different industries. We see we've got local employment. We've got national employment. So I have a little bit of information about what this chart is about. Now I'm going to go to the paragraph and read it carefully to see how it relates to this chart. In this case, we see listed below are local and national employment percentages for industries X, Y, and Z in a metropolitan area. The local employment for each industry represents a % of total local employment, and national employment in each industry represents a % of total national employment. Under the location quotient method, an economic planner can assign which of these industries to the export sector of the metropolitan area. All right, so I'm going to ask for a moment that you pretend that you don't know what a location method is. And I suspect some of you don't actually know what the location quotient method is. And so that's okay. We'll talk about what it is in a minute. So setting aside the location quotient method, I want you to look at the answer choices. And I want you to look at the data and see if you can deduce what you think is the right answer and what you think are the wrong answers. And so I'd like for you to type in the chat which answer choices you would exclude and why. So I'll give everybody a minute to look at this data and then you can let us know why you would exclude an answer choice. Okay, so Yu Ying says she would exclude X, local is less than national. Okay, so if I'm not quite sure what a location quotient method is, and I'm not sure quite what the direction should be, then I could exclude answer choices B and C. Because if we divide local employment by national employment or vice versa, that we're going to get the same direction for both Y and Z. So I would eliminate B and C as answer choices. That leaves me with A and D. So in the case of A, local employment is smaller than national employment. And in the case of Y and Z, local employment is higher than national employment. And so Joaquin points out the key word is export. So when we're reading the question again, we want to know which industry is an export sector of the metropolitan area. All right, so let's imagine that you're a planner in Detroit. What is the export industry in Detroit? You can type your answer in, just what comes to the top of your head. What's an example of an export industry? Yeah, cars, right? Exactly. So the automobile industry is an export industry. What's an export industry in Houston? Oil, right? Oil and gas, chemicals, those are examples of export industries. So what we're looking for when we use the keyword export, we're looking for local employment in that industry to be larger than the national average. So that would tell us, for example, in Houston, if we were looking, say that industry Y was oil and industry Z was chemicals, that for the Houston region, that they are an export provider of oil and chemicals, for example. Cowboy hats, I like that. I don't actually know where the cowboy hats are made. So if somebody can tell me which metro area is making cowboy hats, that would be awesome. So we can use our, our deductive skills to be able to get to a right answer that helps us to solve this problem, even if we don't know what a location quotient method is. All right, so Molly is telling us El Paso is where all the hats are, cowboy hats are. All right, I will check it out next time I am in El Paso. All right, so I hope you're feeling like there are ways to break down some of these questions, and we'll figure it out. Oh, come on, maybe you don't make anything. You've got more than your fair share of military bases and military employment. I'm sure there's other things that El Paso is the top in. So, all right. Okay, let's move on to the next question. A community with an aging population is reconsidering its land use and housing policies to promote aging in place. Such considerations may include 1, promoting granny flats, 2, relaxing development standards for nursing homes, 3, improving transit services to residential neighborhoods, 4, providing loans and grants for accessibility improvements at homes. So we've got answer choices 1 and 4, promoting granny flats and providing loans and grants for accessibility improvements. 1, 2, and 3, promoting granny flats, relaxing development standards for nursing homes and improving transit services to residential neighborhoods. We've got 1, 3, and 4, and we've got all of the above. And Austin has pointed out, they all look good. And Jamie's like, yeah, I'm thinking D is the right answer, that it's all of them. Okay, so this is the fun we get to have in that we don't get to write the questions, other people do. And it is everyday planners just like you that are on the committee that writes the exam questions. So typically when I ask this question, right, then people will say something like, wait, like Joaquin said, nursing homes, that's not aging in place. Well, it depends on what we mean by aging in place. Do we mean literally aging in one's home? Or, which would say like answers 3 and 4 would be good for aging in one's home. Or are we saying aging in our community? And if we're saying aging in our community, then relaxing our zoning standards, if you will, to allow for more nursing homes in our community could be a good idea, as would promoting granny flats so people could stay in a particular community. And so Krista points out, yeah, that's tricky. And like I said, some of these questions are meant to be a little bit harder and a little bit trickier. So how would I know what they mean when we're saying aging in place, whether it's literally in your home or in the community? Well, that's where we get to what does APA say? And how do we understand APA's framework around these issues? So APA has a series of policy guides, and we'll talk about this resource and I'll link you to it a little bit later in our day-to-day. But a group of planners from around the country, and each chapter sends nominees. They write down, here's what we think the best practice and what our policies should be around different topics. So there is a policy guide around aging, for example. And that's what points to, hey, here's resources that we're pointing to in that APA reading list that will tell us and is the basis for these questions that are being written. So know when you're coming in that it's not always what you would do in your community or your personal interpretation, that you're having to think about what would APA say is the best practice? What do they mean when they say aging in place? And so that can make it trickier to work through the exam. All right, next one, CAP parks are parks with specific functional capacity, portable parks, parks that incorporate solar energy use, or parks built over segments of freeways. Well, you may or may not know what a CAP park is. So I'm just going to walk you through how you think through what is probably not the answer. So parks with specific functional capacity, it makes sense that there might be caps on what that park capacity is, but it doesn't necessarily make sense to call it a CAP park to say it has a functional capacity. So I'm like, that doesn't quite sound right. CAP park as a portable park. Well, you know, we've all seen those parking spaces turned into a portable park for a day. Maybe, but that word CAP doesn't quite make sense. Parks that incorporate solar energy use. I'm not quite sure I'm there yet. And so Eric is like, yeah, it's parks built over segments of freeways. Yeah, you're literally putting a cap on top of a freeway. And so that is the correct answer. And there are examples of CAP parks across the country. This would be an example of current terminology that you should be familiar with. So you'll have a handful of questions that are what I'll characterize as more current topics that you'll see on the AICP exam. Okay, this is my most hated question. Nobody gets this right off the bat, and nobody could explain why this answer is right. So I think, you know, over looking at this question for several years, I have finally come up with the right answer. Okay, so what we're going to do is we have two lines on the graph that best represent which of the following combinations of travel behavior in a metropolitan area of 2 million people. Okay, we want to know whether it's transit and private automobile trips, weekday and weekend trips, work and non-work trips, or is it office and retail generated trips? And so what I'm going to invite you to do is I'm going to ask you to really think for a minute here and study your choices. I want you to pick one and explain why you picked that one. And I'm not going to have you type it in. I'm going to have you like just take yourself off on mute and explain your answer. So just give everybody a minute and then you can take yourself off mute and explain your answer.
I think it's D, office and retail generated trips.
Okay, and so can you explain why?
In the typical rush hour at the beginning of the workday, and at the end, you see that there's a spike in the solid line, but then you also see like a small spike for like lunch hour, whereas retail typically has types of workers that might work in different shifts. And so that's why it's a little bit more consistent growing in the dotted line, especially in the midday. And then afterwards, in the retail generated trips, you see that there's a spike, and that might be people getting off work to have some retail after work. So that's why I said that.
Okay, so I like your thinking here, but here's where I'm going to challenge you, Molly. We want to look at where the peak of that retail is. And so if we come down, it looks like the peak times are really like 8 p.m. and still really high at 9 p.m. Does that make sense? Do you see stores busiest at 8 and 9 p.m.?
No.
I know, Molly. This is why this question is really tricky. Okay, so a couple of you think that it's B. So Joaquin and Hanan both think it's B. Does one of you want to explain why you think it's B?
I think it's exactly what you just said. That peak on that line around 8 p.m., it's usually like a weekend. People are still outside and, you know, the restaurants or other activities. So yeah, definitely weekend. I think that's the main difference. B, the others like A, C, and D, they don't have anything on weekends.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
so I like your explanation.
I think it's kind of tough though, because B and C, when you think of them functionally, are very similar, right? Weekday and weekend trips and work and non-work trips. Most weekend trips are going to be non-work trips, and most weekday trips are going to be work trips.
That's true, right? You would expect to see patterns that are quite similar between weekday and weekend trips and work and non-work trips. All right, so I think all of us have agreed that A is not the right answer, that we would expect transit and private automobile trips to have lines that are fairly similar. When people are traveling, they're traveling, you know, either by private automobile or transit. So A, we all agree is out. But boy, we're split on B, C, and D. Okay, so I have just struggled over the years with this really late peak on this second line, on the dotted line. I'm like, what in the world peaks at that, you know, 8, 9 p.m. time at night? Because I lived in Columbus, Ohio for a long time. Everybody was in bed by 9 p.m. You know, here in Denton, we're not late night partiers. Well, I mean, I've got 2 college campuses and so they are on the weekends, but still like the rest of us are at home and in bed. So it just wouldn't fit. And then it finally hit me. The key phrase here is a metropolitan area of 2 million people. What if this is Las Vegas? So if we think about an unusual situation like Las Vegas, then absolutely you could imagine that the casinos are hopping once you're getting to the 8, 9 p.m. Type of time frame. So maybe it's geographically specific. And so for me, I was like, oh, once I thought about it being a specific place and that there could be a region that might have a different kind of pattern, then it made it easier for me to imagine, right, that we would see a later peak. And so the correct answer is work and non-work trips. But I get it from some of you that are like, but couldn't B, C, and D also make sense? Yes, it's entirely possible that weekday and weekend trips could look correct like this, but that's not the case. So this is an example of one of those that's really, really tricky and hard. And so what I want you to know is don't get too frustrated. What we're able to do is narrow it down, eliminate one right off the bat. And for many of you, you were kind of torn between 2 answers. So then if you've got it down to 2 answers, then you've got a 50-50 shot of getting it right. And you shouldn't feel bad about that, right? Get it, you've got a 50% of shot of getting it right. We know that this is a particularly challenging question, so we're not going to sweat it. The other thing you should know is that there's approximately 20 practice questions that are not graded. So you won't know whether they're practice questions or whether they're real questions. What's happening is that AICP is testing these questions for future inclusion in an exam to see how they perform. When I come across a question that I think is just worded badly, that I just can't figure out, I just pretend that it's one of those test questions. It may or may not be, but it's just helpful from a stress relief perspective to just kind of pull it down and say, this one, I'm not so keen on. I'm guessing that it's one of these test questions. All right, so we're going to move on. Okay, when we see a question like this that has a ton of text, the first thing I do is I say, I'm going to skip over that first paragraph and I am going to read the actual question. So our question in this case is, which of the following would be appropriate in a shopping center of this size? So I'm going to read the paragraph and then you're going to tell me what is the key piece of information that we need to pull out of that paragraph in order to answer which of the following would be appropriate in a shopping center of this size. Okay, so for the next 2 questions, refer to the following information. The desirability and feasibility of a proposed shopping center are to be evaluated. The primary concern are that the conditions of the city zoning ordinance be met and that the project be a profitable venture. The developer owns a 30-acre parcel and proposes to construct a 250,000 square foot leasable area with 1,300 on-site parking spaces. The shopping center will serve a trade area that contains 20,000 households, and the average household disposable income is $12,000. The shopping center will have a 50-50 split of square footage between convenience and shopper's goods. All right, so what stands out to you? There's a whole lot of information packed in there. What stands out to you is a critical piece of information you need to know to determine what would be appropriate in this shopping center. Okay, so somebody said profitable. Okay, well, yes, I mean, nobody wants to open a shopping center that's not profitable. Okay, so middle-class area, income, okay. Well, income would determine the types of tenants that might locate in a shopping center. But the thing that really stands out to me is the size. We've got 250,000 square feet of leasable area. So if we take this 250,000 square feet, which answer choice would we exclude based on that 250,000 square foot size? Okay, so Molly and several others have said D. Okay, if we think about a small store, that might be 1,000 square feet, it might be a couple thousand square feet. You just don't see 250,000 square feet. You know, you wouldn't see 200 stores all clustered together without anchors. It's just too big of an area to have a series of smaller stores rather than an anchor tenant. Okay, so then a couple of you, Ying, and you are an example of somebody that said 3 department stores of approximately the same size. Do you want to tell us why? You can unmute yourself and offer why you're excluding C.
I'm wondering because either a department or discount store, I mean, I thinking about the parking place. Right, I thinking about parking place. So if a department store, it might be like more parking space. Because imagine when you go to the department store, right? So the cars is just like 4 or 5 parking the place. So I thinking about maybe 3 department store and you can attract more people coming to the store. That's why I choose C.
So do you think C is right or incorrect?
It's right.
Okay, it's wrong, Yu Ying. Okay, and that's okay, but that's why we're talking through the logic of these things. So how big do you think a department store is, Yu Ying?
Target.
Well, you tell me how you're defining a department store, but let's take Target. How big do you think Target is?
Oh, that's a great question because the Targets, yeah, the square footage is varies.
Right, and so what would be a range? Anybody want to type in the chat what you think a range of a Target store would be? And yeah, I agree with you, Joaquin. I'd hope we'd have more contextual information. And the answer is for the AICP exam, this is as good as it gets. Okay, so we've got people, you know, typing in 80,000 to 100,000, 50,000. You're not quite sure, right? So this is something good to become a little more familiar with. So if we think about what a department store might look like, you can think about, for example, a Macy's, a Kohl's, would be examples of department stores. You could use a Target as an example. Those are going to be large. That 80 to 100 could be more than 100,000 square feet. They're going to be quite large. We've only got 250,000 square feet of leasable area. If you think about locations where you see 3 department stores, it's very likely you would see a series of smaller stores mixed in there too. And you couldn't fit 3 department stores and the shopping center area in that 250,000 square feet. So that one is not the best answer choice, C. So we can knock out D, we can knock out C. All right, so Austin says A or B seems like reasonable choices to me, and Thurnick agrees. So would either of you like to explain how you're going to choose between A and B? Okay, you don't want to explain how you're going to choose between A and B. It's tough, okay? But y'all have narrowed it down to the two best answer choices. And so people are wondering, well, now do I need to look at demographics? And the answer is no. We're still focused on that 250,000 square feet. Okay, so tell me, what is the size of a drugstore? Think about what's the size of a CVS? How many square feet is that? 10,000 square feet, great. It can be anywhere from like 8 to 15,000 square feet. So that's small. That's going to take up a small amount of area. So how big is a major grocery store? An Albertsons, an HEB, or whatever, you know, and I saw somebody posted in, well, how big is an HEB plus? Let's set aside the plus and all those iterations. Just think about a major grocery store. How big do you think a major grocery store is? So Sai thinks it's maybe 150,000 square feet, Joaquin 150,000 square feet. Okay, you know what? Y'all are spending too much time in Texas, okay? And this is some of the regional differences across the nation. Everything's bigger in Texas. So nationally, you'd be looking at a grocery store might be, say, 75,000 square feet. Can be bigger, can be smaller, but even if we go with a Texas-sized grocery store of 100,000 plus, we've got our drugstore, which is said is maybe 10,000 square feet, plus our grocery store, which is maybe 100,000 square feet. We're only at 110, 120,000 square feet. What are we doing with the extra 130,000 square feet? When you think about where you see a grocery store and a drugstore together, you might see some small stores with it. You're not going to have enough there's too much square footage left over. Okay. So that leaves us with a department or discount store as an anchor tenant. Okay, so a department or discount store, that could be your JCPenney, it could be your Kohl's, it could be, a range of other types of uses. So when we narrow it down, B winds up being the best answer because that could be a Walmart, Supercenter. It could be, as your discount store, for example. So B winds up being the most logical answer if we focus on this 250,000 square feet leasable area. When we add in 20,000 households, that's not much. You're not talking about a regional attractor or anything like that. So it makes sense that you might have A or B answer choices based on that number of households. The household disposable income is relatively modest. So you're going to see kind of things that you would expect on an everyday basis. So having a discount store or a grocery store are things that are going to be needed in most neighborhoods. And then the key here, okay, 50-50 split of convenience versus shoppers goods. Okay, what's an example of a store that would have a split of convenience and shoppers goods? Target, perfect. Walmart, yes. Those are examples of discount stores. Those are absolutely what would have a 50-50 split square footage of convenience and shoppers goods. So we're going to be able to get our paper towels as well as get new school clothes for the kids. So we can look at a whole host of variables in here. You'll notice that we just spent like 5 to 10 minutes on this question. Do you think you have 5 to 10 minutes on the exam to answer this question? No. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to quickly narrow down by using some of your logic. We were quickly able to narrow it down to A and B. What I would do is I would quickly choose A or B, and then I would mark that question. There will be a marking tool on your exam. I would mark the question and write a quick note. You'll have scratch paper. And on that scratch paper, I would just put a note to myself, is 250,000 square feet enough, or just something that would trigger you. And then when you get to the exam, end of the exam, you'll be able to go back and review your marked questions. You do not lose points for getting questions wrong. You only gain points for getting questions right. So if you're in a situation like this, that you're feeling like, wow, I'm spending too much time on this question, just pick an answer and go, because in this case, you'd have a 50-50 shot of getting it right. And then you can always come back and spend more time thinking through the question at the end of the exam. Okay, so next up, we're going to go back. We have another question. We're using that same paragraph. If an average of 400 square feet is needed to accommodate each parking space, what would be the approximate acreage of the blacktop area of the site? Is it going to be less than 10 acres, between 10 and 15 acres, between 15 and 20 acres, or more than 20 acres? So you'll remember we have that big paragraph that had lots of information. I'm not going to go back to it right now, but I'm just going to tell you what's in there, that you have 1,300 parking spaces. So if an average of 400 square feet is needed to accommodate each parking space, what's the approximate acreage of the blacktop site area? So before you go solve this problem, what's the piece of information that we're not provided that you have to know in order to answer this question? And yes, you'll be able to use a calculator. They'll provide you with a calculator. Okay, we have to know how many square feet per acre and how many square feet are there in an acre. It's 43,560, 43,560. So Yu Ying, congratulations, you got the right answer. There are three numbers you have to know for the exam. One of them is 43,560 square feet. That's the number of square feet in an acre. How many linear feet are in a mile? Who can answer that one? Number of many linear feet in a mile. 5280, great job, Austin. All right, how many acres are in a square mile? That's the third number you need to know. How many acres are in a square mile? Crickets. Oh, I stumped you. 640 acres in a square mile. All right, so you've got 640 acres in a square mile, 5280 for your feet in a linear mile, linear feet in a mile, and 43,560 for the number of square feet in an acre. All right, so now you know the 43,560. You know that each space is 400 square feet and you've got 1,300 parking spaces. So how many acres do you need? I'll give you a minute to solve and you can type the correct answer in the answer spot. Okay, great. The answer is 10 to 15 acres. And Sai got it right that you're just about 12 acres that you need for your parking area. So perfect. Okay, so you're going to memorize those three numbers. You're going to be ready to go for the exam. Okay, so I'm going to go back because somebody asked us to go back. The major grocery store and drugstore is prime tenants. So I didn't quite answer quite perfectly on this one, but we talked through why A and B are great answers or the best answer choices, and deducing what is the size of a grocery store versus discount store. I'll go back on the break and make sure that I marked the correct one correctly. But I think the logic of how we talked through size of stores, what you need to know, how you think about these different items is all valuable as you're thinking through answering questions on the exam. Okay. After we had a couple of hard questions, it's time for an easy one. All right. What I want you to focus on here is we've got least. You see, I put that all in bold. You'll see most, least, things like that. You really want to watch out because lots of people miss questions because they just miss that kind of word. So in preparing a physical plan for a site within an urban center, which of the following types of maps would be least useful? We've got a topographic map, a utilities map, a census map, and a parcel map. Well, so we know we need a parcel map because we're preparing a physical plan. So we're preparing a site plan effectively. So we have to know where the parcel is. We also need to know where the utilities are. Got to know where the utilities are so we can figure out where we can site the building that we're thinking about. Knowing the topography is going to be really important. What's the grade of the site? So those would all be great. A census map is not going to be detailed enough for a site-specific physical plan. So that would be the least useful. It might be helpful to know what the demographics are of an area, but it's not going to be useful in preparing that physical plan. So this one's an example of, an easy one. And so Austin's got it right that physical plan is that key word that you're looking for. So we're focusing on least and then physical plan to help us solve this, this question. C is for census. The alliteration raises red flags for me. Well, you know what, Joaquin, you can play those games in your head on the exam. I don't know if they're right or not. There are multiple versions of the exam, and I'm not sure if the answer choices flip. I don't think they do, but that would be something to talk through. All right. So The location of a cell tower is determined by which of the following? A, the Federal Communications Commission, B, state utilities commissions, C, local government jurisdictions, or D, metropolitan planning organizations. Don't jump in with an answer yet. So which one could we definitely exclude? Which answer choice and why? Okay, state utility commissions, metropolitan planning organizations. Well, one, we can definitely exclude metropolitan planning organizations. What are metropolitan planning organizations charged by the federal government to do? So metropolitan planning organizations do regional transportation planning. That's right, Emily, so you got that. So by the federal government, they are required to engage in transportation planning. Now, depending on your region, metropolitan planning organizations can be involved in other types of regional planning efforts, but transportation is their central charge. And so again, thinking about ideal planning, like we're not thinking about our local context, we can say transportation planning is not related to cell phone towers. Now, I'm going to give you a special trick for the AICP exam. Anytime you see a question that is about locating a land use, the answer is always local governments, always. So we know there are nuances around regulations on a range of land uses, but for the purposes of the AICP exam, your best answer is always local government jurisdictions, because local governments do have local zoning controls that can regulate where land uses can be located. Now, of course, there are regulations. For example, you cannot ban sexually oriented businesses from your community. You can't ban affordable housing, for example, but you do have local control over where those land uses can be located. So remember that for the exam, that your best bet anytime you see a location question is to choose the local government answer. All right. Next up, we've got the rational comprehensive method for decision making requires all of the following except. So we're paying attention to that word except. A, clarification of values. B, consideration of extensive data. C, anecdotal information. D, consideration of all relevant factors. This one's an easy one. Which one, if we're playing a little Sesame Street, is not like the others? Which answer would you say is the except? Yeah, C is not rational. Okay, so even if we don't know what rational comprehensive method is, anecdotal and rational don't go together, right? So that's easy. So you can just pick that out by yourself. One of the things that you should note is that there are regional differences across the country, and there are differences in planning schools about how information is taught. So rational planning theory is the way I've taught it. It's also known as synoptic planning. Rational comprehensive method would be another way that you might hear it. So when you see things that don't quite look right but feel familiar, you might say, I wonder, is this X the way I learned it? For example, in some parts of the country, a conditional use permit is the same as a special use permit. So there are things like that that are just a little bit different as we go across the country. All right. Okay, so we're going to look at this chart, and we're going to answer this for the next two questions. So we've got line 2, which I'll just point out is on this lower part of the graph under complete exterior construction. So what we want to know is line 2 on the chart above indicates the best time to A, order equipment, B, calculate operating costs, C, hire operational staff, or D, publicize the project to generate public use. And Austin, I'm sorry if this is a little too small for you to be able to read. What I'll say is on the main line, you've got purchase the site, then complete exterior construction. And we want to know what we're supposed to do between purchasing the site and completing the exterior construction. All right, so we've got some choices. We've got order equipment, calculate annual operating costs, hire operational staff, or publicize the project to generate public use. So several of you have said if it's construction, then A, and A is the right answer. And so what we're looking at is that the next thing that's happening is we're completing the interior construction and fitting and installing technical equipment. We can't install the equipment until we've ordered the equipment. So this is pretty straightforward for you to be able to pick out of the options we've got. The other thing that I'll point out is the lower lines are focused on the construction itself, while the upper lines are talking about more administrative things. And so the next question is going to tie a little bit to that administrative work. So which of the following types of buildings does the implementation schedule above most probably imply? Is it a municipal police station? Is it a community-based health clinic? Is it a waste disposal facility or a shopping center? And before you tell me what you think it is, I want you to figure out what on this chart is the key phrase that is going to help us figure out which is the right answer. That's right. Okay, so form a governing board is one of the things that's listed. All right, so now once we see forming the governing board, it becomes easier to start to think this through. So who governs the police? City council. All right, so obviously we don't need to create a governing board if it's a police station. Okay, a shopping center. Does a shopping center have a governing board? No, it's not going to have a governing board. So we can eliminate answer choice D. Okay, so a waste disposal facility. So waste disposal facilities are either operated by companies like Rumpke or something like that. Well, Rumpke already has a governing board, or they're operated by the city or another governmental agency, and they would also have a governing board. So we knock out C. So that leaves us with the community-based health clinic, right? And so the community-based health clinic, and Krista has pointed out, governing board and technical equipment. Perfect. Yeah. So we've got technical equipment and the governing board. Yes, community-based health clinic is the best answer choice on this one. So great job. Okay. This one, like, I'm going to send you back to planning school if you can't get this one right. All right. So we have Greene County, which is shown on the map above, and it contains some of the best farmland in the state. Which of the following steps should the Greene County planner recommend to protect this valuable farmland from industrial or commercial development? A, zone all of Greene County as farmland and invite farmers to be members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. B, propose a moratorium on sewer connections for Greene County. C, identify priority farmland areas in Greene County and modify the zoning ordinances appropriately. Or D, promote construction of another limited access highway between Industrial City and Bay City to lower development pressures. Okay, so I am seeing the right answers come in that yes, of course, it's C, identify priority farmland areas and modify the zoning ordinances appropriately. Well, let's talk through the rest of them. So promoting construction of a highway is the best way to promote development, not to conserve farmland. So we can immediately eliminate D. Zone all of Greene County as farmland and invite farmers to be members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. That would be really unethical, and you're going to be tested on the ethics section of the AICP code, so we can eliminate A. B, propose a moratorium on sewer connections for Greene County. That would be an interim step. That is something that we could put in place while we identify priority farmland areas in Greene County and modify our zoning ordinance. So those two could, in fact, both be implemented. The question, though, is really which one's the best one and what would you recommend? And the recommendation, the best recommendation is answer choice C. All right. Detailed information about a community's debt would be vital for carrying out which of the following tasks? A, establishing assessed values for property in the upcoming year. B, applying for HUD for Section 8 funds. C, presenting a venture capital fund to area financial institutions. Or D, requesting a change in bond rating. So what is the critical keyword in this question that is going to help us answer? Debt, right. Okay, so we're going to focus on debt. So we can knock out answer choices very easily. Applying to HUD for Section 8 funds. Well, HUD is going to give us Section 8 funds to support individuals who need help with housing. It's based on their income, not the community's debt. So we knock that out. Presenting a venture capital fund to area financial institutions, that has nothing to do with debt. So then we've got establishing assessed values for property or requesting a change in bond rating. Well, we establish assessed values for property based on the market value. All right, so we would say your house is worth $200,000. We change the tax rate, the amount that we're charging, but we use a market-based approach to determine the value of the property in the community. So that leaves us with answer choice D, requesting a change in the bond rating. In order to go out for bond, that is to get debt financing for projects, be it a park or sewers or whatever, then one of the factors that is going to be looked at is the community's debt load to determine the risk level and give them a bond rating. There are two major bond rating agencies. Moody's, for example, is one of those, and they typically give 3-letter ratings or a 2-letter plus a plus sign, that type of thing. So a AAA rating would be absolutely the best. Bond rating of C or lower would be junk bond rated. And so the interest rate is going to be tied to that bond rating. So your local government, if you work for a city or a county, is going to have a bond rating that's tied to the individual projects that are going out for debt. Okay, which of the following land use models describes the pattern of axial growth along the lines of least resistance? Is it A, multinuclei, B, concentric zone, C, sector, or D, negative exponential population density model? All right, so what is the one keyword that you need to look at, just assuming you don't know the models? What's the keyword we're going to use to help answer this question? All right, axial, great. Okay, so when we look at the word axial, which of the answer choices would we exclude? Yeah, so a concentric is a circle. Axial is a line. So we're not going to go with a concentric circle. Multi-nuclei, like that, says we're going to have different points, if you will, also not really associated with axial. So that leaves us with C and D. We've got the sector model and the negative exponential population density model. If I really don't know, I'm going to exclude D because it has too many words. All the other choices are 2 to 3 words. And so I'm just guessing they threw this in to make it like throw us off. And that is actually correct. The negative exponential population density model is something tied to physics. Somebody in my class got on Wikipedia one day and found out what it was. So it is a model, just not applied to planning. All right, so let's talk about the concentric sector and multinuclei model. The concentric circle model was based on the city of Chicago, and it is a theory about how growth happens. So this was a study of Chicago's growth, and what they observed was that you have a series of semicircles, since Chicago's on the lake, but the semicircles are set up so that you have your downtown office buildings, then you have a warehouse district, then you have lower income residential and middle class family residential district, and so on. And that what would happen over time is you would see a series of invasion and a succession. That as you need more downtown office buildings, that it will invade into the warehouse district, and the warehouse district will take over some of the low-income housing, and that you'll just see it pushing out and getting a bigger over time. All right, so that's the first theory that came around. The second theory that came was the sector model. And so sector model said, that doesn't make sense. That's not right. It's not a series of invasion and succession. And that what you see is that it's a transportation driven approach. And if you look at where growth happens, it's along axes. That's the axial part of this. Axes of transportation corridors. So if you look at Chicago, Michigan Avenue, for example, is the highest value real estate along Michigan Avenue. And so you see these high rises happening along this major transportation corridor, and similarly on rail corridors, things like that. All right, so then we have the multi-nuclei model, which says, okay, those are fine, but when you look at metropolitan area growth, you don't just have one downtown or one road that has major development, that what you're going to see is a series of nodes. So if we looked at Houston, for example, what are some examples of nodes, major nodes of development? We could think of, for example, you've got obviously downtown, that would be one. Then you've got the Katy, there's like a node out in Katy that's kind of oil and gas driven. You've got a major, like the Galleria area would be another one. So thanks, Eric, that's perfect. So what we would see is these major nodes of development that would emerge, and because the cost of land, right, you can't just invade and succeed very easily. The cost of land acquisition are very high, that you'll see new nodes develop over time and spread out into the metropolitan area. Okay. So the planning director of a small city wants to get as much public input as possible on a citywide study. Which of the following would be the least effective method of stimulating citizen participation? Is it A, contacting neighborhood leaders, advising them on the study and asking them to report neighborhood reaction? Is it B, completing the study, printing the report and asking for citizen comment on it? C, preparing press releases that give the general scope of the study and asking for comments from the general public? Or D, offering to address interested neighborhood or other civic groups on the study, subject to the study? And I agree, Joaquin, we do have to laugh on this one. Every now and then you have to be thrown a really easy one. The key is least effective. So what is the least effective method of stimulating citizen participation in this case? Yeah, Molly, you got it, right? And absolutely, completing the study, printing it, and then asking for citizen comments, that's just offensive. Okay, but let's flip it around and say, what would be the most effective method of stimulating citizen participation? What are the two answer choices that you think could be the most effective? Okay, A and D. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Krista, you selected A. Why are you going to go for A versus D? And you can unmute yourself if you'd like.
Because it's a smaller city, and I think it'll be easier to get directly to the leaders, because since it's a small city, you should know who they are, and like Austin is saying, it's more engaging and giving them more, an opportunity to be a part of the process.
Okay, and so on D, it's sort of similar to A. It's just who's leading in that case. So in option A, you're giving the neighborhood leaders the information and they're taking it into the community. With D, you're going to the community leaders and saying, hey, I'm happy to come in and be part of this. Probably the best answer, would be one that's not on the page, that it's a blend of those, that it's like, hey, how can we partner with these neighborhood and civic groups to do some public participation around this planning process? Okay, the public participation questions tend to be pretty challenging. They are typically a combination of method and process together, that it's like multi-layered, and so it's not quite as easy. So yeah, if it was most, would it be A or D? That's a good question. Like, we could really debate which is better. I would argue that it's D, because I'm actively going to be involved in soliciting that input and doing the engagement. If I am contacting the neighborhood leaders and saying, you do all the work and tell me the reaction, it's more of a passive approach. I mean, we're asking the neighborhood leaders to be engaged, and it could be very meaningful, but I'm not really part of the process in soliciting that information. So I would go with D in that particular case as a slightly better answer than A. Okay, a smart code transect, and we're getting down to the last couple of questions here, and then we'll take a break. So a smart code transect is one typically containing 6 zones from rural to urban. 2 is a way of locating and understanding a variety of different types of human settlements within a comprehensive web of natural and human habitats. 3 has a historical linkage to Getty's Valley section. 4 has its origins in Howard's Garden Cities concepts. Is it A, 1 and 3, B, 1 and 4, C, 2 and 3, D, 1, 2, 3, and 4? Okay, so this, you really have to know what a smart code transect is to get it right. But if we use the word transect, then we may be able to deduce a little bit in this answer. But I'm just going to let you think about this and figure out which one is the right answer. Okay, you got it right. It is answer A. So a smart code transect, so the smart code is a different type of typology for zoning. It is a form-based zoning code. And it's built on the concept of Getty's Valley section. And so Getty's is one of those key authors that you'll need to know. And we'll talk more about authors a little later on. So it's the idea of how do you think about a regional landscape so that you would have your rural farming areas and you'd have your urban centers, and really thinking about it as a gradient of development from the most rural to the most urban. And so the interpretation of Getty's Valley section gets formulated into this typology in the smart code that is set into 6 zones. And so within those 6 zones, the smart code specifies form-based requirements and urban design code requirements. So the best answer in this case is the smart code transect. Knowing what Getty's Valley section is would be really helpful in this case. And you will know by the AICP exam about Howard's Garden Cities and Getty's work, because those are some of the pivotal planners that we'd look to help us understand the historical context. Okay, strategies to help combat global climate change by planners involve the following. GHG reduction, increasing VMT, adaptive reuse, and water conservation. The good news is that on the AICP exam, there will not be any acronyms. So greenhouse gas reduction is the first one. Vehicle miles traveled is the second one, increasing vehicle miles traveled. Adaptive reuse and water conservation. So we've got some choices. We can choose 2, 1, 3, and 4, 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So which would you say is the correct answer? Okay, we've got a couple of people saying B, a couple of people saying C. All right, so the correct answer in this case is 1, 3, and 4. Okay, so if we think about what the best answers are, all right, we want to reduce greenhouse gas reduction. So 2, increasing vehicle miles traveled, that would increase the amount of greenhouse gases. So we can eliminate number 2. We know that it's not going to be answer choices A, C, or D, because increasing vehicle miles traveled increases the greenhouse gas emissions. And yes, exactly, like missing that increasing, like this is so often how we miss questions on the exam, is just missing one of those keywords or turning it the wrong way. So this one's pretty easy to answer once you figure out that increasing vehicle miles traveled is definitely not going to work. Okay, we have just hit our first breakpoint. You just finished your first practice AICP exam. Way to go. So what I want to know is how many answers did you get right? So you can just type in the chat how many answers you got right. And maybe you didn't track quite that carefully, but yeah, I wasn't counting. Okay, how many of you think you got 15 or more right? All right, nobody's thinking they got 15 or more right. You needed 15 or more right to pass the exam for the purposes of today. I think we did 19. So yeah, to pass the actual AICP exam, you need to get approximately 80% of the questions right, 75 to 80%, but it just depends on whether you're getting those harder questions or the easier questions right. And so we'll talk more about that when we come back and talk about the overview of the AICP exam. Y'all did a great job in terms of participating and being engaged. What we're going to do when we get back, I'm going to give you a break. It's 11:45 now. I'm going to ask you to be back at 11:55. So we'll give you a 10-minute break since we just did a nice stretch of an hour and 45 minutes. So you'll get a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back and we'll start talking about the overview of the AICP exam. So go stretch, get some water, and we will cover that. The AICP exam will not include the 2021 census data if you're taking it this year, because the questions are written about 3 years in advance. And so there was not a decennial census as part of the upcoming AICP exam. The essay question I'm going to leave for Richard to respond to when we get back from our break. So everybody enjoy your break. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Hope you enjoyed your break there. We will take another break at the end of this module. It'll be a little bit shorter break, but we want to make sure that you're resting your hands and minds throughout the day, but getting plenty of great action along the way. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to give you an overview of the AICP exam and what to expect. The exam covers a wide range of content. This is all listed on the AICP exam website. And I'm just going to not dive deep into this, but just introduce you to the main ways you need to study for these different parts of the exam. Fundamental planning knowledge is going to be focused on primarily things you memorize. So names, dates, people, your major laws and legal decisions. We'll talk more about how to get at some of those legal decisions a little later. Theories. So for example, we talked about the sector theory a little bit earlier, patterns of human development, the statutory basis of planning. So how governance works, general terminology, things like that. So that's all going to be fact-based stuff. So the great news is that this is pretty easy to just like zoom in on and memorize. As Richard talked about earlier, it's kind of an inch level deep exam, but then it has these pockets where it goes deeper. Your goal is to really master that inch level deep and then bring that specialized expertise that you have from different areas of planning that you're practicing in to help you, you pass the exam. That inch level deep means you need to know things like A-level authors, A-level dates, things like that. So that pathways to American planning history timeline that was referenced earlier, that's something that's really important to be able to memorize and kind of capture. Okay, then you have the plan making and implementation section of the exam. This is going to wind up being more applied. So you're going to be giving scenarios and you're going to be choosing the best answers. This is where it's really important for you to be able to zoom out and think about how would the average planner think, what would APA say is the right approach in this situation. And so these are going to be very application-based questions. Areas of practice. So this is going to be, everything from I'm the person who does zoning approvals to I'm the transportation planner. It will become impossible for you to be the deep level in every single one of these areas. But your goal is to say, how do I get that inch deep? So if I don't know anything about hazard mitigation planning, I want to make sure I know something about hazard mitigation planning so that you gain at least a superficial or surface level knowledge across each of these areas. And then you'll have areas that you go deeper in based on your own practice. And you can see it's quite a long list of areas of practice. Then you have leadership, management, and administration. You'll remember from the earlier section that we had the example of the organizational structure, hierarchical. That's where those kinds of questions fit in. Then we have ethics, and we're going to spend some time a little later talking about ethics. The ethics section, you need to memorize the AICP Code of Ethics. That's really important because these are going to be a little bit process-related questions, but mostly application-related questions. And I can guarantee you, all of you think that you're ethical planners. And I will tell you, you're not according to AICP. You're probably going to fail this section if you don't memorize the AICP Code of Ethics. That it's not about going to what would I do? It's how do I analyze that AICP Code of Ethics and then apply it. Okay. So you're going to have 170 questions, of which 150 are going to be graded. I referenced before there are 20 questions in there that are not graded. I just use that as stress relief if I find a question I really don't know the answer to and that I feel like is worded poorly. But 150 will be graded. You have 3.5 hours to pass the exam. It is a scaled score. You need a score of 55 to pass. 55 does not mean that you've scored a 55%. It's going to be somewhere in the 75 to 80% range, and the scaled scores range from 25 to 75. I've never met anybody that's gotten a 25 or a 75. The vast majority of people are going to score between 54, 55, and 56. So if you look at the distribution, it's a normal bell curve for the AICP exam with a ton of scores centered right around that pass point. So our goal is to help you study enough to pass, but not so much that you've wasted hundreds of hours of your life studying that you could be using to engage with family, friends, work, all the other things that you want to do in your life. But we do want to get you over that pass point. So the exams are offered through Prometric testing centers. And so when the time comes and you're approved, you want to go ahead and schedule. It's important to remember that the people that that are at the testing center are going to be taking all kinds of exams. It's not like it's AICP exam day. People will be taking nursing exams and all kinds of other things, and they'll be coming and going. So just be prepared. You're not coming at one time and everybody is taking the exam together. You're going to want to make sure that you have your photo ID and a secondary form of ID. Make sure that that matches the name that you applied for the AICP exam on. They will provide you a simple calculator, and they will provide you with paper and pencil. You will not be able to bring anything into the exam except for like a sweater or something like that. They'll provide all the materials you'll need. You'll go in and get situated and then start to take your exam.
Hey, Jennifer, I have a little bit to add about the Prometric test. They do now offer a virtual option where you can take it either at home via the computer. There are some pitfalls to that, though. We have had a lot of folks will like reserve a conference room at their work to take it, because you do have to have a room that has a door that closes. We had one planner that has a studio apartment and had to take the exam in her bathroom. So that was a little stressful. Some other tips from some other planners, they've said to make sure if you've got pets, or make sure that they are secured so they're not scratching at the door and disturbing you while you're trying to take the exam. You do not get a restroom break, so do not drink too much liquids, water, coffee, whatever, before the exam. You have to go straight through the 3.5 hours. Another really big thing to keep in mind is make sure that you have a hardwired connection. One of the planners in my office took it in our conference room, and we're all wireless at City Hall, and he lost connection 2 different times. And the proctor on Prometrics told him if he lost connection a 3rd time, it would disqualify his exam. And so he went into panic mode, and we all jumped in and got IT and got him a hardwired connection, and he ended up passing the exam and didn't have any more failures. So those are, and also one other thing too is do not take it on a Mac. Make sure you're on a PC. There's compatibility issues with those, and I do see a raised hand. Molly, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, I don't know, you guys probably aren't in control of this and maybe you don't know, but is there any chance that they will take away the option to take the exam at a testing center in November?
I am not sure. I would contact Prometrics and see. I'm sure they're kind of just like everyone else monitoring the situation, because it's constantly changing from week to week. regarding COVID, but I think if you go to the APA website, to AICP, there will be contact information for Prometrics. You can probably just Google Prometrics as well, and stay in contact with them would be my best advice.
Okay. I really hope there's an in-person option.
I agree. Yes. And Molly, given that the governor has said that there won't be shutdowns, then I suspect that individual businesses might make choices to de-densify their locations as necessary, but definitely stay in touch with your testing center and to make sure you'll be able to go. Krista also has a question.
Just a quick question about the online option. In terms of the calculator and scratch paper, is that still applicable, or I guess, like, you know, obviously they want to be sure that you're not cheating, but I guess I just wanted to kind of get some feedback.
Yeah, I think it has to be an old-fashioned calculator, not the calculator on your phone. They basically will make you take your computer and like scan the room to show that it's fairly, you know, you don't have notes or books or anything. And I think it's the same thing for the paper. You have to show that you only have, you know, scratch paper and pencil and an old-fashioned calculator. So that's where having it in a conference room in your office is probably the best route to go, where, you know, it'll be quiet, you can shut the door. If you are at home, you need to probably make sure it's in a room that you can pretty much clear out and have the bare basics in there.
The good news is they have a little practice module that you can do before you actually take the exam to just like go through and make sure everything's set up. But having done the proctored exams, it is very stressful because like you don't want somebody accidentally walking in that room or, you know, those sorts of things which can trigger. But just follow up with the Prometric folks and they'll be able to tell you everything you need to know. I mean, there is a convenience factor of doing it from your own home, but it is it is stressful that technology might fail you. Okay, any other questions for Richard before we move on? All right, Austin.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you, Austin.
Okay, great. I had a quick question. I was originally planning to take the exam in May. I know I missed the deadline for the essays. Would that preclude me from taking the exam in November? I'm actually feeling pretty confident after that the last session that we did 2 weeks ago, and after the little sample questions we did today. I think I would do all right with just a little more a brush up on some of the more trivial elements that might be there, the law cases and years and stuff. If I wanted to take it in November, have I missed the boat for that? Because I didn't get the application in before the essay deadline, which I believe was at the end of July.
Yeah, you're correct. Always look at the deadline list on the APA website. But that was, the deadline if you were intending to submit essays was the end of July. But now we have the more flexible pathway to taking the exam. So you can submit the essays after you pass the exam. So if you're not submitting essays before the exam, I believe October 4th is the deadline to apply. So that's primarily having your education and experience information ready to go and submitted.
Yeah, that's perfect. So I could take the written, the test basically, and then submit the exams at a later date for complete.
Yes, you'll have to go with the windows. Then let's say if you do pass the exam in November, then you got to look at the calendars for the May exam, and there's going to be a window to submit the essays. So that would be your window to submit those essays. Then once the essays are approved, you will earn the credential. Then I think you'll be a candidate in the meantime.
Right. Okay. That thank you. That clears it up for me. I kind of figured that was the way it worked.
Yeah, I would highly recommend that you get that application in as soon as possible, because remember, it's a two-step process. You got to apply, and then you'll get clearance to take the exam. Then you have to register and actually pick the date. So the longer you wait to choose the date, and I believe you have like till October 29th to actually register for the exam, the slot, the availability of slots is gonna be diminished the longer you wait.
Right. My employer's being pretty, generous about paying for all this. And I figure if I take it in May, and by some odd chance I don't pass it, I can take it again in November, and at the very least I would be better prepared.
Right. Yeah, I think the sooner, I would go for November while you still have a lot of the benefit of studying for May still, in mind.
Okay, great. Eric also has a question. Eric?
Yeah, I don't have the requisite professional planning experience. I've applied to several different cities in and around the Metroplex to do some voluntary work. So in lieu of the professional experience, would that preclude me from qualifying to take the exam?
Yeah, you only need the education to take the exam. What you would have to do, if you don't have the experience, you can apply for the candidate pilot program. That allows primarily anyone that has the degree can take the exam immediately after they earn their degree, or even if it's been quite a few years. But if you don't have the experience, you can take register for that program. That's on the APA website. It's the candidate pilot program. They will be making that permanent. And then once you have the, once you pass the exam, you'll be considered an AICP candidate. Once you have the experience, then you submit your essays, and then you become AICP.
Okay.
It's just a little bit different sequencing of the pathway of the milestones.
Okay.
All right, great. Thanks, everybody. All right, so the next module we're going to jump into is how to study for the AICP exam. So I'm going to be giving you some tips and resources of materials that you can look at. So first, we want to begin studying as early as possible. So Richard and I are both a little bit of overachievers. And so I think Richard would tell you he studied about 120 hours for the exam. I'd say that I was in a similar time range. The recommendation is to plan to spend about 80 to 100 hours of study time. And that can feel like a lot. The great news is you're knocking 6 hours out today. So yay, you're going to have that towards that 80 to 100 hours. The amount of time you need to study really depends on your educational background, your experience, and how good of a test taker you are. So you should just plan your time out, kind of schedule it between now and whenever you're taking the exam, be it in November or May. One of the things I recommend is going through that APA list of the AICP exam content areas and highlighting those that you feel like you're weakest in. So if it's been a long time since you've been in school and you don't remember that much about statistics, then maybe you identified that. If you're an environmental planner and you really haven't had any experience in, say, another area of planning, urban design, for example, highlight that, and then use those as ways to get that inch deep so you at least understand some key aspects of those areas of planning.
Jennifer, Richard, I can add to that
yes.
Real quick. You mentioned the outline. Those of you who went to the workshop 2 weeks ago noticed that the entire presentation is built on the outline, and we have like one slide for each of the areas of practice. So I'd highly recommend, if you did not attend that workshop, purchase the recording, because the presentation will come with the recording printed out. We have all the lists of the theories, the planning fathers, the landmark law cases. It's really, really helpful to have those lists to help you get organized in studying. One thing that I did too that really helped me is I put together a calendar, and I started budgeting a certain amount of hours each week until I got to 120 just a couple of weeks before the exam. That really helped me stay on track and budget my time, and was very successful in passing the test for the first time.
Richard, Joaquin wants to know, how do they purchase those study materials? Is there a link?
Yes, I will have a link available either late next week or the week after for both the workshop a week ago and today's workshop. So like I said, this workshop will be available for $30. I believe the 4-hour workshop will be available for $25. So once the purchase is made, you'll just email me that you've made the purchase, and then I'll send you the link.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, Richard has already talked about how he's going to help you set up study groups. I'll just reinforce what Richard said earlier. Having a study buddy is something that is really important. So we want to make sure that people are taking advantage of that. And, just me having somebody that I was accountable to really helped me stay on track. So I do encourage you to take advantage of that resource that Richard will make available. Note cards, lots of options on note cards. So there was a mention earlier from Richard about the history note cards that are available online. And Richard, somebody said earlier they were having difficulty with that link. So maybe while we are in the next module, you can look that up and see if there's an error or if it is working properly. And I see we've got an answer. Thank you, Ying, for answering the AICP candidate question. There are note cards available in a number of places, and I'll point out a couple of those here in just a moment. The thing I would say that is most important is taking time to take practice questions. It's very easy to think that you know something as you're doing readings and reviewing reference materials, but being able to have some experience just practicing with some questions and helping you apply what you've been learning is particularly important. And so I'll talk more about that in just a moment. There are all kinds of supplemental readings that are available out there. There is the APA reading list that is available that has a list of the resources that AICP pulls from to put together the questions. It is an exhaustive reading list. And so there's no way that you can read the thousands and thousands and thousands of pages that are in there. So this is the list. And what I have done is highlighted the two that I think are most important. So if you were only going to pick two resources, one of them is local planning. And your office may have prior versions of this. It's sometimes known as the Green Bible. This version happens to be yellow. Prior versions happen to be green. Any version would be perfectly fine to review. It's basically a 101 on planning. And so it's got lots of good resources in it. The second one that I would recommend is the Ethical Planning Practitioner. You're going to really be challenged on the ethics section. And so this book does a good job of creating scenarios and helping you think about how you would apply the AICP Code of Ethics. These other books are great, but I have read them all, and I'm going to give you a little preview of some of them in a little bit so that I can save you hundreds of hours of study on these. All right, you'll want to look at Planning Magazine. And you want to make sure that you start kind of back in time, but I'm not saying review every single issue ever, but what you want to do is what are the topics that planning has said is important, because this is APA's magazine. So for example, this issue happens to be about community solar. Well, what do you know about solar energy? Is this something you can read a quick article and feel like you're better attuned to the resources and topics that are important to planning? The Journal of American Planning Association is what people like me write in. So it is a journal. It's made up of academic research. What I would say is don't read all the articles. What you want to do is focus on the abstracts that are in there. So what do the abstracts say are important? Just like the topics that planners are writing about. Could it be climate change or other topics? And what are their findings? And that'll be summarized in those one paragraph abstracts. This, I think, is an absolutely critical resource. It's the Planning Advisory Service reports. This is awesome for those functional areas, of practice that you may not know about. So if you don't know much about regional planning or about food systems planning or whatever the topic may be, there is a guide here. So having 50 pages or so that you can look to and that will give you the key terminology, the key laws, the key practices. These are just awesome. And so if you just log into your APA account on planning.org, then you'll be able to access these. The policy guides, I mentioned those earlier. So if you just go to planning.org/policy guides, you'll be able to pull up the range of adopted policy guides that APA has generated over the years. Okay, there are supplemental review materials. So there are some online review courses and materials that are available. Planningprep.com has free exam questions. You just create an account and you can access those questions. I'm not certain if they're still adding additional new questions, so the questions may be somewhat dated, but it's a great free resource. Plan Edison has a online course that you may be interested in. And one of the things that Richard will send you is a discount code for the that course if you choose to participate in that. It has great practice questions in the course. It has videos and all kinds of content, so you may find that helpful as well. And then, of course, the APA website has a range of preparatory materials as well. The Texas chapter is part of the APA Chapters and Divisions webcast series. There is, if you just go to this YouTube and then the planning webcast channel, there's a huge range of videos. It can be exhausting reading, and so sometimes it's great to listen to a lecture. And so they have just about every topic you can imagine. So if you need to know about real estate finance, then there's a session that'll talk about real estate finance. And there are some AICP exam prep content that's in there as well. A Study Stack, I'll point out as a resource that has all kinds of flashcards. And so you'll find flashcards about AICP planning law, history, theory, those sorts of things. The thing I would say about any flashcard resource is these are user generated. So just check the answers and make sure they're right as you're using those flashcard resources. But Study Stack is a great resource. Okay, so the week before the exam, it can feel like it's the perfect time to cram. It's not really, because what you need to have is rest and review, but not wearing yourself out and exhausting yourself before the exam. If you're doing the live site, then you're going to want to drive to the test site. If you're doing the virtual, you're going to want to make sure that you read all the FAQs so you understand what needs to happen for that virtual site to make sure you're all set to go. You want to eat well, get plenty of rest the day before the exam. I know that's a little bit difficult, that rest thing. If you're like me, I wind up getting anxious and nervous, but go to bed at a reasonable hour so you can be up the next day. The day of the exam, you want to dress in layers. You want to eat before your exam because you're not going to be able to get up and move about. If you're going to the exam test site or you're doing it virtually, you want to get there early just so you make sure you get yourself settled. And for me, if I'm going to the physical site, I bring my note cards, if they're on my phone or if I've got some physical ones that I use. I find that helpful to just give myself a little bit of extra review right before I'm ready to take that exam. If you're in the virtual section, obviously you will not have those flashcards in your actual testing site, but hey, you can be sitting down and just reviewing a few more things before you're ready to start your exam.
Jennifer, I'd like to add, I highly recommend that you take off at least 2 days before the exam just to de-stress. We're all stretched very thin in our jobs and have very stressful jobs, and you've really got to kind of clear your mind. I took off 1 full week before the exam. I took the exam on a Saturday. And I studied maybe a couple of days, for a few hours, but for the most part, I just kind of de-stressed. I went out and went on a hike in one of my favorite parks one day just to kind of do something fun and to kind of re-energize myself. So, but I highly recommend take off at least 2 days just to get the adequate amount of rest.
Well, and for those that it's harder to take off a couple days, try to schedule your exam for a Monday. That way you have the weekend off in advance, and then you can go in and take that exam on a Monday. Thanks, Richard. I appreciate that wisdom. So during the exam, it's really important that you pace yourself. I see too many planners that are like, I had 30 questions I never got to. So the good news is you'll have a timer that you'll see how much time is remaining, and you'll want to work your way and kind of calculate, okay, I've got 170 questions. I've got 3 hours, means I can spend roughly a minute a question, like on the easy ones, and I can spend some more time on the harder ones. I try to pace myself so I can spend half an hour at the end going back through those marked questions. You're going to work at your own pace, but just, be conscious of time. As I mentioned before, you're going to answer every question. Guess if you have no idea, and just on your notes, if you're taking the in-person exam, just make a note that says, gosh, I couldn't remember. I had no idea, whatever the case might be. Use that marking tool. Watch for questions, least, most, except, all those sorts of things. You want to look for those little keywords. I always try to come up with the answer in my head first. I find I wind up tricking myself and second guessing myself. If I look at the answer choices and I see other things that look good, I'm like, I don't know. So try to think first, what do I think the answer is? We did some practice on those long questions that we jump to what is it that's really being asked, what are the answer choices, things like that, so that we know what we're looking for in the text above. For math questions, I always do them twice. We had that little math question where we calculated the number of acres for the parking lot. I guarantee you there's one in there that's just stuck in there to get you, if you move the decimal point in the wrong place. So you want to do those math questions twice, and then think about the average agency and planner. And I'm going to be talking about that a lot today to just reinforce that, because it is so easy to say, well, this is how I would do it in my job today. How you do it in your job today may be just fine, but it might not be the best way according to APA. So just trying to have that average agency in mindset. And if you're working in a specialized field or for a consulting firm, something like that, you're going to need to spend time thinking about what does the average municipal planner think about this? Because there is definitely a bias on the AICP exam towards that municipal planner angle. So be thinking about that. Okay. So we have this AICP exam reading list. I have read every single one of these books for you. And so I have selected a few of these that I'm just going to walk through some high points. I'm just spending a couple of minutes per book just to give you a flavor of the types of things that are in that reading list. So we have the book Site Planning, 1984, written by Kevin Lynch and Gary Hack, and it talks about site planning details. So you'll remember we had that little practice question earlier that was super easy, that we knew that we didn't need a census map to help us with the site plan, but we needed a topographic map and we needed a utilities map and things like that. So that's what this book is about. It's like, what are the basics of site planning? What are the things that I need to know? I need to know about soil conditions. I need to know about topography. How do I think about street layout and infrastructure access, sewer lines, things like that. And it walks through and helps you understand these are the key elements of site planning, and then how you think about constructing a site that's well laid out. So for example, making sure that you're not putting your house at the top of the hill with no access down to the roadway, for example. I mean, I'm oversimplifying. Of course, you wouldn't do that. But it just walks through the different ways that we can engage in creating effective sites. Rural by Design is a book written by Randall Arendt, and it's about conservation subdivisions. And so I'll just give you an example of what a conservation subdivision is. So the idea is to say in rural and semi-rural areas, how do we design so that we're taking advantage of the natural features that are drawing people to the rural setting without just subdividing it into 1 or 2 acre lots. So on the left-hand side of the screen, we see a typical subdivision layout where there's 20 lots and each person has about 2 acres each. There's no community open space and only a limited number of lots have access to the pond. In the conservation subdivision example, then you have on the right, what we have is that the most prominent features of the site are preserved for community access. So we have the wooded areas, a nature trail has been introduced, and everybody gets to enjoy the community pond. Now you have 20 lots that all have 3/4 of an acre each, and they have access to this 25 acres of open space. So this gets perceived as more rural because there is access to all of this open, permanent open space. The book Growing Cooler is about greenhouse gas emissions. And so what it looks at is what are the major contributors to greenhouse gas emissions? So does anybody know what would be a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions from a planning perspective? Yeah, so it is the carbon emissions, but it is transportation, building energy and transportation, right? So it's those cars that are really generating the increase in vehicle miles traveled. Now, yes, beef and the production of meat is a contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. So for some reason, this graphic just did not, it got made weird. But the main thing you need to know is that from a planning perspective, our contribution is really driving down vehicle miles traveled. So the extent to which we can make it lower, that's even better. So we want to talk about that. There are other things that we can do. What are land use strategies we can use to reduce vehicle miles traveled? I'll give you a chance to input. Okay. Densification, absolutely. So we can reduce lot sizes. We can think about how land uses fit together. So you've got retail next to housing development so that it's more walkable, increasing access to public transportation so that people are taking public transit rather than taking individual vehicles all the time. So those are all examples of things that you can do. Right, so thinking about the layout, grids, and access, how are people using the community? Electric vehicles can be a strategy. So if you thought about how people are moving around the community, then yes, lower emission vehicles can be helpful. Okay, so the next book I'm going to highlight is called The Planner's Use of Information. So these are techniques for data collection. We have the use of statistics. For statistics, people tend to get a little nervous about statistics. And what I want to say is that there is always a super easy question. It's going to be a question about mode, median, or mean. So mean, of course, is the average. Median is the middle point, and mode is the most frequent number. So you all can nail that one question. It's going to be very easy. And then you have questions that are going to be a deeper understanding of statistics. And so I'll walk through a couple of examples here in a second for you. You are going to be expected to know about population projection techniques. So a little earlier, we talked about the cohort survival method. That would be an example of a population projection technique that you need to know about. And then planners do lots of surveys, and so you're going to be expected to know about some survey methodology. And so I'm going to have some practice questions for us here in just a minute. Okay, I'm going to skip over this because it is the graphic got garbled. But what I'm going to say before we jump into our practice question is, if we think about surveys, then how are we going to select who's participating? So we can have a random sample, which is what that graphic was trying to show, is that I can choose to have a random sample of people in my community. And in that random sample, I could choose 1 out of every 10 people to participate. Or I could say, I am going to choose a certain number of people out of each neighborhood. Those are examples of random sampling techniques. Okay, so we're going to jump into a couple of practice questions about the books that I just shared with you. And I know you're going to remember everything I just said in the last 10 minutes. So, all right, the mayor recently signed the Climate Change Protocol Protection Agreement along with mayors across the nation. He informs you that the agreement is to strive to meet or beat the Kyoto Protocol targets in your city. He instructs you to create a plan that will focus on climate change, and you assemble a team across the city to begin to look at climate change and actions the city could take to reduce the city's impact. You're the chair of the Greenhouse Gas Subcommittee. At the first subcommittee meeting, you present an overview of greenhouse gases, the components and their impact on the community. Which of the following would you include in your presentation? A, transportation, such as vehicles driving on the road, is the #1 source of carbon dioxide emissions in the US. 2, transportation, such as vehicles driving on the road, is the #1 source of nitrous oxide emissions in the United States. C, methane is the most concerning greenhouse gas and is emitted from agricultural uses in landfills. D, ozone is the most concerning greenhouse gas and is emitted from agricultural uses in landfills. So what do you think is the best answer in this case? Okay, so Austin has said A, although C is accurate, yes. So A and C are both the accurate answers, but you have been asked, right, as the chair of this greenhouse gas subcommittee, to talk about the components that would impact the community. And so if we're thinking about, in the context of your mayor and your city, then A is going to be the best answer, the most applicable. So when I talk about application, this is a good example that factually we've got 2 correct answers, but which one is most applicable to this situation? All right, next up, we have your lakefront suburb of 50,000 is fairly homogeneous middle-class community of people who are attracted to live there because of the lake. The city is considering investing in the redevelopment of a major waterfront recreation area that would include a mix of activities such as kayaking, fishing, and paddle boating. Before moving forward with a detailed design, you want to know which recreational activities residents in the city would like to undertake. You've decided to undertake an in-person survey at the existing lakefront park. Your planning interns collect 402 surveys over 2 weekends. You're now writing up the results of the survey to present to the city council. You know, one of the council members is going to want to know the statistical validity of the survey. So which of the following would be accurate to state in the report? A, this is a cross-sectional survey with a simple random sample with 402 respondents, which exceeds the 95th confidence interval. B, this is a weighted cross-sectional survey with stratified sample with 402 respondents, which exceeds the 95th confidence level. C, this is a longitudinal survey with simple random sample with 402 respondents, which exceeds the 90% confidence interval. Or D, this is a cross-sectional survey with a simple random sample with 402 respondents, which exceeds the 90% confidence interval. Okay, now I know you're thinking, gosh, it's been a while since I have thought about statistics, and there's a whole lot of words in there. So which answer choice could we immediately eliminate? And what's the key word that leads you to eliminate that answer choice? Okay, so Hanan, why don't you jump off of mute and explain why you have excluded answer choices C and D?
I think a survey should be around 95% for like a better, survey, or the confidence interval should be around 95%. If it's less than that, might be not the best measure.
Okay, and were there any other words that you excluded or that led you to exclude, or did you just focus on confidence interval?
I just focus on confidence interval.
Okay, so I'm going to explain confidence interval here in just a second. You're correct, but I'll explain why in just a minute. So Sai has pointed out that excluding C, longitudinal, yes, a longitudinal survey would be if we went to this park every summer and collected survey data, then what would it say over time? We might see changes in patterns of the recreational activities that people enjoy, for example. So we know that collecting data over 2 weekends does not constitute longitudinal. All right, Austin says it's not weighted. Okay, so what is a weighted survey? A weighted survey is one in which we take a sample and then we would say, oh, I have an underrepresentation from this group. So if I have 3 respondents from this group, I'm going to double the weight of their responses. So when you see the presidential polls, when it's president election season, you'll see this, they had a sample of X number of people and 46% candidates for candidate A, 54% candidate B. That those are examples of weighted surveys. So they have a group of 1,000 people they poll across the country. And if they have an underrepresentation of, say, for example, Hispanic males, then they'll weight whatever Hispanic males they talk to so that they're proportional to the overall demographic sample. Does that make sense? Okay, so now we've eliminated answer choices B and C. So that leaves us with answer choices A and D. And that gets to this confidence interval. And so we already heard, well, D is out because 90% confidence interval. Well, we'd rather have 95. Okay, how do we know whether we're at a 90% or a 95 confidence interval? So what we're going to do is how many surveys did we collect? Well, we collected 402 surveys. We have a population of 50,000. Does that seem like it's the right number of surveys that we would need to collect in order to have a statistically significant sample size? And if so, what tells us that it's enough? So this is where it gets a little complicated in terms of statistics, but the key word is that we have a homogeneous community. When we have a homogeneous community, that means that the people are often or are alike. Not exactly alike, but that it's generally a community that is a similar makeup. If we have a highly diverse community, then we would need a larger sample size, because if I talk to Austin and I talk to Cy, they may have very different views and opinions on recreation along the waterfront. Whereas if I live in a homogeneous community, then I would expect Cy and Austin to have similar preferences about recreation. So in statistics, there is a chart and a table that tells you what sample size you need for the size population you have in order to have a statistically significant sample size and what the confidence interval would be. So in this case, a random sample of 402 respondents is enough to exceed the 95% confidence interval. Okay, so I know this feels like a lot, okay? I know it, hold on, it says 402 is not significant. It is, it's enough. So you'd be surprised how few respondents you actually have when you have an homogeneous community to give you a statistically significant sample size. So this one was a really compact question with a lot of components in it. The good news is you did a great job of looking for those keywords, of eliminating longitudinal and weighted, so you could get it down to 50% chance of getting it right. And then the question is, did you know, did you understand enough about a confidence interval to get you to that final right answer? Okay, so we are at 12:40. This next section is not that long, so we're going to do the leadership, administration, and management section, and then what we'll do is we'll take our half-hour lunch break, okay? So we'll probably spend about 15 minutes plus or minus on this section, and then we'll break for lunch. So as you'll remember, this is a small component of the exam. And so it's going to cover topics such as organizational forms. So remember, a little earlier this morning, we talked about vertical, horizontal, and matrix organizations. So I won't review that again, but that's something that you would need to know for the exam. Vertical, I'll just say another word for vertical would be hierarchical. So being familiar with different terms would be important. Much of this section is focused on human resources and management of planners. As you think about it, AICP planners are often more senior planners, and we will talk about that. All right. So you need to know about how you recruit and select employees, and things you would need to think about is, are you in a civil service system? Are you in a union system? Are you an at-will state? That sort of thing. And of course, it's not your specific state, but just knowing that there are these range of things that happen. When you think about recruitment, you want to think about how do you recruit a diverse pool of applicants, writing effective job descriptions. You want to think about onboarding of new staff. How are you going to train and support professional development? Of course, that could be through things such as conferences that we hold at the Texas APA chapter. It can be the webcast series that we're participating. But then how do you develop a professional development plan for your team? So for example, when I sit down and do my annual reviews, I look at what are the skill sets that I need my team members to develop additional competencies in. For example, one of my team members, I need her to practice more storytelling because she's really good technically, but I need her to be able to explain the why in better ways to be more effective in getting partners on the team and on board with moving forward. Ways that you build team cohesion and do team building exercises. How do you engage in annual evaluations and performance assessment? So is that through a written letter? Is it through meetings? Is there a 360-degree evaluation that you're evaluating people above, lateral, and below? Those are examples of things you'd want to know. How you do compensation plans. So how do you determine what the market salary is for the planners in your organization? And that could be, you know, if you're with a large city, then they establish pay bands and it's highly structured, or it may be a kind of more sales oriented, so that if you're a consultant, then you have a base compensation plus there's compensation for each plan or project that's brought in or completed. If you're in a union, then it may be a negotiated pay rate, and raises are determined through a negotiated bargaining agreement, for example. And then how do you do your compensation planning to make sure that you're staying up with whatever the market compensation is? Now, for many of you, it's like, hey, this is all stuff that's done in the HR department, but you need to be familiar enough with the concepts so that if you're asked a question on the exam, that you would understand the role of compensation planning in retaining talent. Okay, so then next you're going to need to know about administrative operations. So the operation of a planning organization in terms of managing time and resources of the employees and your team. And one thing I failed to mention, there's a really great planning advisory service report that's centered on the management of planning organizations. And so that'd be a really good one to look at that will go in more depth than I'm going today in terms of the management of planning organizations. So if you're not already in a leadership role in your planning organization, then that would be a good reference resource for you to look at. So you're thinking about how do you manage time and resources of your employees and teams. So you've got a certain number of hours per week that you're working with individual groups and team members. So we all know that our jobs flux. So there may be times that are super busy as we're preparing for planning commission meetings, or that we're trying to finish a comprehensive plan or whatever the project might be, and times that are slower. So how do you as a manager manage that workflow so that people don't get burnout or overly stressed? The administrative operations are also going to focus on how are you maintaining contacts between the staff members, the management, the governing bodies, stakeholders. So how does that communication flow in? So can anybody pick up the phone? Can a city council member call any planner on the team? Or is there an expected flow of channel communications that we're keeping the right people in the, in the loop, and we're communicating in the appropriate ways? And it also means monitoring, for example, of permit approval processes and other processes to understand that they're operating efficiently and effectively. As with any organization, we have competing demands. And so how are you managing workload and making sure that people are staying appropriately fulfilled and busy? And not having too many slow times, and also not being overwhelmed so that they're winding up shortchanging work and not completing it as accurately as one would like. It can include the implementation of tracking systems, for example, to application tracking for various permitting processes or rezonings, things like that. How do we make sure that we understand the amount of time it's taking for an application to flow through, for example? You're going to have a key role in aiding in prioritization. Many of our team members need help and support in understanding what's really the priority for today, this week, this month, this year. And of course, motivating your team so that they're excited to work together, be totally motivated and committed to the mission of the organization and the planning work that's being undertaken. We also want to make sure that we're doing well. How do we monitor our performance? Some of that is how we set goals. And we're talking really strategic planning rather than more comprehensive planning. We have comprehensive plans that guide our communities, but what is our strategic plan that tells us what our own priorities are within the organization? And then how do we monitor the progress on those goals? So for example, one of the goals of my organization is to increase and improve in diversity, equity, and inclusion, and creating a welcoming organization. So that would be an example of a strategic goal. Then how are we monitoring our progress on those goals? So, in my case that I just gave you, it's like, have we implemented the programming that we have said we're going to implement? And then how are we seeing the changes represented in our organization? Are we increasing the percentage of people of color in our community that are working in our organization? Are culture surveys telling us that people feel they're welcomed and valued and included here? Those sorts of things would be activities that you can measure on. You can also include monitoring progress on goals through efficiency studies. Maybe we have a more efficient process now that we've implemented, or management audits that are helping us to understand what's working or not working in different processes and how we're engaging with our customers. Okay, so some quick practice questions for you. So you want to undertake an assessment for an opportunity for improving customer service. So which of the following do you believe would be the most effective in understanding opportunities for improvement? A frequency count of visitors to the permitting counter. B, monitoring of social media postings about the planning office. C, staff audit of the department's planning processes. Or D, a random sample survey of customers going through the entitlement process. And I'll just say the word entitlement is common in California. It's another word for permitting processes. Okay, so which answer choice would we say would definitely be the least effective in understanding opportunities for improvement? Okay, lots of opinions here, A, B, and D. Okay, so a frequency count of visitors to the permitting counter, well, that doesn't, like, it tells us how many people are coming, but it doesn't tell us about the experience that our customers are having. So A, not a great measure. Okay, B, monitoring of social media posts about the planning office. Okay, but mainly people are not talking in normal ways on social media. So the only social media posts you're probably going to have are the kinds that are like, you didn't do such a great job. But that is a tool that we would look at. Okay, so somebody said D, a random sample of surveyed customers going through the processes. That one could be quite effective for, particularly since we're focusing on customer service. We want to know what our customers think. So a survey of our customers could certainly tell us how we're doing. A staff audit of the department planning processes could be helpful, but D would be a better answer in this case. Okay, so our city is planning to undertake a study of redevelopment opportunities on a commercial corridor. You plan to go out for an RFP to identify which firm with expertise to assist the city in this effort. Which of the following would be important to consider? Understanding local and state procurement requirements, issuing the RFP even though you know the firm you want to work with, requiring paper copies of all RFP submissions, identifying a budget after issuing the RFP. I think all of you should get this one right. So I'll let you say which one would be important to consider. Yes, of course, we want to make sure we understand our local and state procurement requirements before we would issue an RFP. We don't want to issue an RFP without identifying a budget. That just sets, all the people who are submitting for a challenge, if you don't understand what the cost of the scope of services are that you have. Requiring all paper copies for RFP, there are very few situations where paper copies would be absolutely necessary. And yeah, Krista, many violations I can think of in real life. This is when you should talk to some consulting firms or service firms to say, hey, here's the scope of work I'm thinking about. Can you give me an idea of an order of magnitude budget so that we can internally work to make sure we have the resources so that we can get the scope right when we're going out? Okay, issue the RFP even though you know the firm you want to work with. I know this happens, right? Because we're required by local and state procurement requirements to go through solicitation processes. But sometimes our organizations do allow that the opportunity for going with the sole source vendor. So understanding those local and state procurement requirements, if you have someone really specialized that does great work that you know you want to work with, sometimes that might be possible. So Joaquin, talking to people you might want to respond, you're right. You don't necessarily want to go with organizations that are going to respond, but you can absolutely talk to organizations about scopes of work and how to size to and what an order of magnitude budget is. You just want to be careful about which firms you're going to talk to about how to right size that budget. Okay, so to aid in training of staff in the development review process, you've developed a checklist for staff. Which of the following should be included? 1, the filing fee, B, the completed application, 3, the site plan, 4, a stormwater analysis. And so we've got a choice of a mix of 1, 1 and 2 only, 1, 2 and 3 only, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so this one I will say is a little bit tricky. So I will let you all answer. So we've got a development review process. Which one do you think is right? Tharnik, you got it right with C. And sometimes I get questions asked, well, wouldn't stormwater analysis be appropriate? And the answer is it could be appropriate. It really depends on what the requirements are in your local jurisdiction. But if we thought generally in a development review process, which would be applicable to all, then the filing fee, the completed application, and the site plan would be applicable to all. And then stormwater, right, Austin has said maybe a different department in the city. It may be a requirement of development review, but it wouldn't be universal. So that's just one of those, just thinking kind of an extra step. Is this essential or non-essential? And, in this case, I wrote the question, so I get to decide the answer, but I just used it as an example of trying to think through those issues. Okay, so we have finished that section. what we're going to do is go ahead and take lunch. We are at 12:55. There's nothing better than coming back from lunch and talking about law. I will make sure to be as enthusiastic as possible. We will reconvene at 1:25. So you'll take a half hour for your lunch break, and then we'll come back together and do our law review. So everybody enjoy your lunch. Richard, if you can stop the recording. I hope that everybody enjoyed their lunch break, got re-energized, fueled their body, and nothing better to come back from break with than to talk about law. So I'm going to walk you through some resources, and then we're going to go through some recent court cases that I think will be helpful as illustrative examples of what we need to pay attention to when we're thinking about law cases. The important thing to think about with law, it's not just memorizing the case name and the date. That's not what's really critical. What we really want to focus on is how it applies to planning and the constitutional principles that are being tested. So there are several resources out there that I'll point you to. There is a website, oyez.org, and it is a list of Supreme Court cases, and there's a Pocket Justice app that is an app version of that. It's my favorite website for looking at Supreme Court cases because they do just a fantastic job of sharing the details. And so I'm going to see if I can share an example with you. Let me just change the screen that I am sharing. Let's see. Okay, so this is one of the court cases that we're going to be talking about today. That's a recent court case. So I'm just going to walk you through this one. This is Reed et al. Versus the town of Gilbert. So if you go to the OEA website, then you can just type in the court case name and it will pull up this summary. And what it's going to give you is if we scroll down, it's going to give us the facts of the case. Super easy, 2 paragraphs, helps us understand what the key issue is. In this particular case, this case was about signage and the constitutionality of signage. So all of our communities have sign restrictions. In this particular case, Gilbert, Arizona had restrictions on temporary signs and the time and location and those sorts of things around those signs. Good news was a community church there, and what they were doing was posting temporary signs that announced the time and location of their services. And so the city's sign ordinance included regulations around temporary directional signs. Now, the town said that the church was violating the sign ordinance, and so they went to court and said, hey, we think this is unconstitutional. The thing to know is that the First Amendment covers free speech. And specifically, prior court cases have found that sign regulations have to be content neutral because, for example, if it's okay for me to have a happy birthday sign, temporary sign in my yard, but I say you can't have a political temporary sign, then that is a restriction of free speech. So it needs to be content neutral. That's to say you can regulate size and location, but you can't regulate content. In this particular case, because one would have to read the sign to determine whether or not it's directional signage or not, then the Supreme Court found that it wasn't content neutral. That is to say that if you have to review what's on the sign in order to determine whether or not it is the content, then it's not content neutral. So a directional sign that may have arrows and times of when the services are would be not allowed under the city ordinance. And so they said it was a violation of the free speech clause. So the thing I like about this particular website is it gives you the question. So it's telling you which constitutional amendment is being tested. In this case, it is the First Amendment free speech clause and the 14th Amendment due process equal protection clause. So it tells us which amendments are being tested. And then it gives you the conclusion summarizing what happened. So you don't have to read the whole court case to understand all the details. You can just go to this website and you'll be able to see what the key findings were. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing this website and I will go back to our PowerPoint presentation. Okay. All right, so those are some resources that are available. Now what I'm going to do is walk you through some court cases. Before I jump into the first one, there are 3 constitutional amendments that you need to be familiar with for this exam. I'm not saying that there won't be others that could be tested, but this is really the core of what you need to know. You will see cases that are about the First Amendment, like the example that I just shared with you. You'll see Fifth Amendment cases, and you'll see 14th Amendment cases. Fifth Amendment cases are typically takings cases, so that is and we'll talk about this one, for example, is a takings case. When you have a takings case, you will almost universally also see the 14th Amendment related to due process raised. There are times where you'll see 14th Amendment cases, for example, around group housing and other kinds of congregate care facilities that could be only the 14th Amendment. But when you see Fifth, think it's also the 14th as well. All right, so I'm going to walk you through a couple of these court cases. The things that you want to be thinking about as we talk about these court cases are what's the constitutional principle being tested, and then what are the implications for planning today. All right, so this case is Stop the Beach Renourishment versus the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So the key question in this case, I'll talk about in a second, but the basics are that you have a bunch of beachfront property owners, and over time, beaches erode. And so they had these beautiful waterfront views. They could walk out their back door, and they were directly on the ocean. The state of Florida said, hey, for hurricane protection, we really need to renourish these beaches. So we need to add land back. So in the state of Florida, once land becomes submerged, it belongs to the state. All right. So their property used to be longer, if you will, more beachfront, and was their private property. But when it became submerged, it became the property of the state. So when the state added sand back, renourished the beach to create the beachfront, then this became state land. And now you have public access to this beachfront. So you can imagine these property owners were pissed. They were mad. They did not want the beach renourishment project to happen because they felt like it would diminish their property rights. They didn't want the public accessing the beachfront. They had bought these beautiful homes that were right on the waterfront, and they wanted to keep that private access. So they sued, claiming that it was a taking of their land and a violation of due process. Okay. So the question is really about littoral rights. Okay, littoral rights are the on or near shore rights. So that's what I was just talking about, this submersion process, whether or not that's relevant or not to the property ownership, and does that constitute a taking. So they went through the court process, and the Supreme Court found that it was not a taking, that the state had a public interest in renourishing the beaches for hazard mitigation purposes. So they had every right to do that. And that because of the state's littoral rights, that land then belonged to the state, and it was the state's decision how best to use that land, in this case, creating public access to beachfronts. Okay, so that's the basics of the case. Why is this relevant to planners today? What other situations might we see that this ruling could have impact? So I'll just, if anybody wants to pop off mute and share an idea, then you're welcome to do so. So Austin has offered wetlands. Sure, this could be relevant to wetlands. If you think about the sea level rise and the amount of subsidence that's happening, you think about states like South Carolina and Louisiana that have massive amounts of subsidence. You've got lots of land that's going underwater. And so states like Louisiana have tons of wetland renourishment efforts and are trying to rebuild the coastline. Then all of that land becomes subject to the state and how the state wants to use it. So as we think about climate change and sea level rise as planning issues, then this has a really significant impact on coastal planning and the roles of coastal planners. Okay, so the next case is a 2010 court case about Rocky Mountain Christian Church versus the county commissioners. This is a U.S. Court of Appeals case. I would say 90% of the court cases that appear on the AICP exam will be related to U.S. Supreme Court cases. Every now and then you'll get a U.S. Court of Appeals case that may be relevant to a specific piece of federal legislation. All right, so what happened in this case is you have the Rocky Mountain Christian Church and you have the county that are in disagreement. The county passed a comprehensive plan. They adopted a comprehensive plan that designated certain areas of the county for rural development, farms, that sort of thing. So Rocky Mountain Christian Church wanted to build a really large church, a mega church, if you will, out in the rural area of the county that's designated as for rural land uses, things like farms. And so the county denied their rezoning application, saying, no, that's too intense of a land use and not suitable and not consistent with the comprehensive plan. So Rocky Mountain Christian Church sued and said, you're violating my freedom of religion rights and you're discriminating against me as a church. So do you think the county was in the right, or do you think the church was in the right? So you can just type in the chat whether you think the county or the church was right. Okay, so Austin's only, all right, we've got a couple of people, Hanan and Austin, saying it's the county, Joaquin saying it's the church, not quite sure. Okay, so the answer is, if the county had done everything that I just described, then the county should be fine. That the county has the land use rights to regulate land use in a way that's appropriate. In this case, there is a piece of federal legislation that comes into play. It's called the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. It puts prisoners and planners together. And so that's where the challenge comes in. All right, so the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act says that churches cannot be treated to a higher standard than other like uses. Okay, so what happened in this case? In this particular case, the county had approved a high school that was in the same general vicinity as the proposed church. If you think about a high school, it's a large facility that has lots of people coming to it, that's generating traffic, potential environmental impacts, things like that. And that what the church was arguing is that they were creating no bigger impact than the high school that had been approved in the nearby area, and that they were discriminating against the church as a land use when they had approved the school. If the county had never approved the high school for that location, then they would have been just fine. But in this case, the county lost, and it was found to be a violation of the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. So when we look at RLUIPA in the context of zoning regulations, what we want to see is that parking requirements, height limitations, things like that are all consistent across uses where you have significant numbers of people meeting together. So for example, lodges, schools, things like that. Some old-fashioned zoning ordinances may have height limitations on steeple heights, things like that. So you just want to be cautious in making sure that the land use regulations that you have put in place aren't setting a higher standard for the church than it's setting for example, where the Masons meet or something like that. Okay, this next case is Kuntz versus the St. Johns River Water Management District. And this was the question of whether or not it was a violation of the 5th and 14th Amendment. So big quiz, all right. 5th Amendment is about what? So what would be an example of something that falls in the 5th Amendment that would be related to Supreme Court cases? Type in the chat, quizzing you along the way. Yes, takings, Hanan, thanks. All right, so this is a takings case. It's also a 14th Amendment case because it's about due process. So here's what happens. And this is a story that happens in lots of jurisdictions. So we have this land developer who comes in and wants to develop a wetlands area and says, here's what I want to build. I want to build some condos and all of that. And so the management district that has regulatory control over this area says, hey, that sounds great. But when the board meets, they decide to negotiate a dedication. They say, we'll give you this rezoning to allow you to do this development if in exchange you dedicate a portion of the land for wetlands conservation purposes. So Kuntz sues and says that is a regulatory taking by forcing me to engage in the dedication and a due process violation. So what went wrong in this case? Well, First of all, if the governmental district had a mandatory dedication requirement in the code, no problem. So if they had said, hey, if you're in a wetlands area, then you're required to dedicate 20% of the land area for permanent conservation easement, something like that, no problems. The issue is when you're trying to negotiate something beyond the code. So in this case, there was no provision in the code for a negotiated agreement. So therefore, they found in favor and that it was a taking, a regulatory taking, and a violation of due process. This becomes complicated because for those of you that work in local government, it's very common for our planning commissions and our city councils want to negotiate for something a little better, a little plus up. One of my planner friends used to work for a community, and their planning commission was like infamous for the kinds of negotiations that they would do. And so the planning director created the Road to Wow, and it was like a developer's guide on how to wow the planning commission so that you can get your project through, even though it wasn't necessarily things that were in the code. Once this passed, clearly that would not be acceptable to engage in that kind of planning activity. So it's really important that planners get into the codes what those regulatory requirements may be. Now, that's not to say you can't negotiate. Planned unit development districts are a common example of where you would negotiate what are the standards for that particular development. It's just you need to funnel those kinds of projects into the appropriate section of the code. All right, next one, Reed versus the town of Gilbert. We just covered this one on OYAs. This is the case that is about the temporary signage, directional signage. Okay, so then we have a case, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs versus the Inclusive Communities Project. Does anybody know about this case? If so, you can take yourself off mute. Crickets. Okay, so I get to teach you something new. All right. So the Fair Housing Act has a clause that is around disparate impact. The basic logic here is that if you have all of the affordable housing in one area of the community, then there's not equal access to services that may support a healthy community. So when we're evaluating where communities should be, where affordable housing should be located, then one of the criteria in the Fair Housing Act is looking at, is there disparate impact? And so that can be a form of discrimination. So this particular project, the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs versus Inclusive Communities Project, was going back and forth about whether there was disparate impact under the impediments to fair housing. All right, so Jamie, you've got, you said impediments to fair housing need to be looked at very closely by every municipality and local PHA. Do you want to chime in and tell us a little bit about what you're thinking? Okay, maybe not. All right, so one of the things that you need to be aware of is there's a whole series of Supreme Court cases that are tied to affordable housing. So there's a series of court cases, and if you look at the pathways to planning history, that'll outline some of those. And it looks like Jamie has popped on. So Jamie, if you want to speak, you're welcome to. Are you having some audio problems?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No worries. You can go ahead and turn your audio off. Okay, so what they found under the Fair Housing Act was they were really looking at the historic development of disparate impacts claims in federal law, and they concluded that Congress specifically intended to include disparate impact liability in the amendments to the Fair Housing Act that were the Fair Housing Act of 1988. There was a lot of argument back and forth, and I want to say that there has been a tremendous amount of dispute and under the Trump administration, really a desire to get rid of disparate impacts interpretation within the Fair Housing Act. under the Biden administration, they're looking at reinstituting some of that. So this has been a quite sensitive area because the location of affordable housing can be quite sensitive in communities. So I encourage you to look into this case further. Okay, so we're going to do a couple of quick practice questions. So we have a mega church that has made a request to build a 300,000 square foot facility that includes a bookstore, school, and recreation facility, in addition to congregation and prayer facilities. The property is currently zoned for agriculture, but in the comprehensive plan, the area calls for low density residential development. You're reviewing the application and plan to recommend denial of the application. Before completing the staff report, you reference compliance with which of the following? A planned unit development, B, eminent domain, C, the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, or D, rational nexus. So this one should be pretty easy. So which one's the right answer? Yeah, absolutely. We're after lunch. We got to keep it easy for a minute. Okay. All right. So a developer has approached the city about building condominiums along the city's riverfront. The river has a significant and substantial wetland along the river in the vicinity of the proposed development. The land is currently zoned for rural residential. Your evaluation is that a portion of the property should be put into permanent conservation prior to any building permit being issued. The staff recommendation to the Planning Commission is A, the approval of the rezoning to allow for the increase in density be conditioned upon the dedication of land for permanent conservation. B, the application for rezoning should be denied as submitted. The city should put in place a moratorium on development along the riverfront while the city evaluates the natural resources to determine what requirements should be put in place along the riverfront prior to any intensification of use. C, the application for rezoning should be denied. Condominium development is too intense for such an important natural resource area. Or D, the application for rezoning should be approved to allow for the increase in density if prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the developer voluntarily amends their application to include a deed restriction that would prevent the future development of a portion of the property. All right. So what should the staff recommendation be? Which answer do you think is best? Okay, so Eric thinks maybe B or D, Joaquin thinks maybe A, Ying thinks A or B. All right, so let's talk it through. So the key question is, we have no information about whether or not there is a requirement for dedication of land. So absent that information, we need to exclude A and D, right? Because that would be fitting into that Supreme Court case that we just saw. We cannot require dedication of land as a condition of zoning, of the rezoning. And so while the developer could voluntarily amend their application, the question, the kind of nuance in this one is whether or not that was advised by somebody. So A and D are not going to answer choices. So let's look at B and C. So we can either deny the rezoning outright and just say, it's not appropriate for an area that's zoned for rural residential. So the item B, the choice is, hey, we deny it as submitted, but then we should put a moratorium in place on development along the riverfront and evaluate whether we should intensify the use. So B and C could be acceptable answers. Either of them could, be a possibility. One question in my mind is, we've already done the comprehensive, we've done the plan, we've created the zoning for this area, and we've said it's rural residential. A rural residential area is really not conducive to condominium development if you think what rural residential would look like. So in my view, I would just deny the rezoning and say it's too intensive of development for a natural resource area. For B, application for rezoning to be denied as submitted, yes, one could put a moratorium in place, but why? If we don't think that it's an area that's appropriate for intensification of development. So that's the two that I think that you could work through. Now, some argument about the case requiring as a condition to building permit, zoning changes can carry conditions. Well, that depends on your local jurisdiction and what's in the code. So if in the code it says conditions can be placed, then absolutely. If it's not in the code, then you can't add those additional conditions. So this is already a long question. And one of the things that will be frustrating as you go through the AICP exam is you may have 5 questions. You're like, I need more information to come up with the right answer for this question. And obviously you're not going to have that supplemental information. So you're using your best practice knowledge to come to what you think would be the best answer on the exam. Okay, so what we're going to do is take a 1-minute stretch break. So I'm just going to invite you to stand up, move your body around a little bit, and then we're going to jump into planning ethics and professional conduct. And after we finish ethics, then we'll take a break. Oh, so the question was, Yu Ying asked, is C the right answer, is the correct answer? And yes, my answer is C is the best answer, but that B is an acceptable answer in terms of narrowing it down, but that C is the answer that I chose as correctly because I wrote the question. Okay, so everybody just like stand up, stretch out just for a minute, roll your shoulders, and we'll get started back with ethics. Okay. All right, so you are required for the AICP exam to know the code for the AICP Code of Ethics, as well as the APA ethical principles. You can get both of those from the APA website. So what's the difference between the AIC Code of Ethics and the APA ethical principles? The APA ethical principles apply to all of us, whether you're AICP or not, if you're a planning commissioner. They're guiding principles, they're not enforceable. The AICP code is a code that you accept in becoming an AICP planner, and you can lose your AICP certification if you violate certain portions of the code. So the questions for the AICP exam are going to be structured primarily as scenarios. You will need to memorize the process because there are likely to be a question about the APA ethics officer or who can report, that sort of thing. But the harder questions are around ethical scenarios and what should we do. And so we're going to have some fun talking about some of these potential responses. They are generally logical, but here's the problem. It's generally a best choice rather than here's the clear right answer. So one of the things that I'm going to invite you to do is if you've got your computers open, if you'll go ahead, I'll just give you a minute to Google the AICP Code of Ethics, and I'm going to invite you to go ahead and open up the AICP Code of Ethics on your computers. So I'll just give you a minute to do that. And we're going to use that as part of going through these scenarios.
Well, while we're waiting, I noticed in chat that Eric has a quick question.
Okay, sure, Eric.
Yeah, in the previous question, you said that there were 2 possible answers. I think C was the correct answer. So if you answered in a scenario where you have multiple answers and you pick one that included the correct answer, will you get credit for selecting one of the possible correct answers?
That's a great question, Eric. So there is only one correct answer for each AICP exam question, just to be clear. So there's one correct answer. The challenge you're going to have in taking the AICP exam is that when you're given these scenarios, you're looking for the best answer. So both could be appropriate courses of action, but which one is better? And so that becomes where you really have to refine some of your expertise and be looking for what would APA say is the best answer, because it might be in your jurisdiction, you would have chosen B and been like, yeah, that's the way it would work where I work. But in APA's view, C would be the better answer. And I know that that doesn't feel very good or very comforting, but we always have to be thinking about and stepping back and saying, what could be the best answer in this particular circumstance?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and so Yu Ying has it right. We think it's good, however, ABA thinks it's a better answer. That's right. Okay, I'm going to assume everybody has their AICP code of ethics up on their computers. What I'm going to do is walk you through the APA ethical principles, and we'll talk about the AICP principles, and then we'll code, and then we'll launch into some practice scenarios. Okay, so I've just highlighted a couple that you're likely to see an exam question about. One thing just to pay attention to for the exam, you will see that it specifically says the APA ethical principles, or you will see AICP code. It will be specific to AICP if it is referring to the code of ethics. So just be watching out for that when you get to ethics questions to make sure that you know which code is being, whether it's the code or principles being referenced. Both the APA ethical principles and the AICP code reference serving the public interest. So of course, our role as planners is to be able to do what's best for our communities. You will also likely see questions that are relating to conflict of interest, and we'll spend some time talking through some scenarios about conflict of interest. And conflict of interest can be perceived or real. Like, it would be a conflict of interest if I am responsible for the case of rezoning a property that my father owns, for example. That would constitute a real conflict of interest. Whereas it might be perceived if I'm, am seen out at lunch with somebody that has a case before us. That could be a perceived conflict of interest, for example. All right. Others that you're likely to see something around: do not seek or offer favors. That's really bribes. So when you see that favors, it could be something that rises to the level of bribery, but it could be something more nominal. And we'll talk about some nominal examples. So for example, one that's always a challenge is the gift baskets that come at holiday season. And so many of your organizations may have stipulations around whether you can accept or not accept gifts that come to the office. In our case, we tend to put them in community areas because they that way everybody can share if it's a fruit basket or something like that. But we don't want to be seen as being influenced by these favors that are offered. There are questions that will arise around disclosing or improper use of confidential information. So for example, if my cousin owns some property and they tell me that Walmart is in conversations with them to purchase, then it would be inappropriate for me to purchase the property next door and then go through the process of rezoning and leading that rezoning process, just for example, because then I could have fiduciary benefit that comes from that confidential information. Okay, the AICP Code of Ethics has a number of sections. Section A, it's really about aspirational principles. So it's quite similar to the APA ethical principles. These are the things that we aspire to do as good planners. Section B is our rules of conduct. If we violate the rules, then we can lose our AICP status as a result of that. Section C is the procedures around the code. And so it talks through how new rulings are made and the misconduct process. Section D is about the procedural provisions about how to file a complaint of misconduct and how those complaints are investigated. And then Section E is the one that's really curious to me. It has procedural provisions regarding what happens if you've been convicted of a serious crime. So I want to know who got convicted of a serious crime that resulted in an amendment to the Code of Ethics to say that you're gonna be in trouble. And that provision, like, there's a section of Planning Magazine where it can be posted. Basically, it's a scarlet letter that you're a bad planner and got convicted of a serious crime. All right, what we're going to focus on is primarily sections A and B today, because that's where you're going to see those scenario questions. So as I mentioned, primary obligation to serve the public interest, that's the same between the ethical principles and the AICP code. You'll also see some questions that will come up around diligent and competent performance of work for ourselves, like we need to do good work. which is not a surprise. Of course, we aspire to do good work, that we're going to contribute to the development and respect of our profession. So for example, me teaching the AICP exam course today is helping to give back to my profession to support the next generation of planners getting their AICP certification, for example. And Richard's volunteering his time today as the professional development officer and helping form study groups. Those are examples of how we contribute to the development of our profession. One section that I will point out that I've got bolded here, it's a little bit odd for an aspirational section, and I want to explain this one a little bit. So it says, we shall not accept an assignment from a client or employer to publicly advocate a position on a planning issue that is indistinguishably adverse to a position we publicly advocated for a previous client or employer within the past 3 years, unless, and then there's provisions. So what does this mean? So let's say I am the planner for Louisville. And in my plan for Louisville, I call for preservation of the riverfront and that we need to have a park here and no development should happen. Then I leave Louisville, I go work for a consultant, and a developer has hired us to propose a high density intensity development for that area that I had publicly advocated no development should happen on. That would be an example where, and it's within this past 3 years, that would be an example of where we're not meeting the aspirations of the code of ethics. And so if that were the circumstances, then I would need to go to my supervisor and hopefully have them assign the project to another planner. Or they've got these criteria that I've made a written disclosure, that I have determined that I have a change in position that is not detrimental, that sort of thing. So this one, it's just a little bit odd for aspirational principles, but one I want to point out because it's a little bit different. Okay, we shall not, as salaried employees, undertake other employment, planning, or related profession without making full written disclosure. Now, most of your organizations have outside employment provisions that say here's when you can and can't engage in outside employment. The thing here is it applies to everything. So if you're mowing lawns on the weekends, then you still have to abide by this and have the appropriate disclosures to your employer. We shall not, as public officials or employees, accept from anyone other than our employer any compensation, commission, rebate, or other advantage that may be perceived as related to our office or employment. So that means I shouldn't be accepting fancy dinners, gifts, things like that. That would be inappropriate. Again, most of our organizations have provisions that would guide us in terms of what is or isn't acceptable. When I worked in Ohio, the state of Ohio said you couldn't even accept anything as small as a bottle of water, that they were like, you can't accept, you know, if you go to an event, you can't have a meal. They were very, very strict. So I would just say, you know, your local organization is maybe going to guide some of this. I would focus on the bigger principle. You don't want to accept gifts of some kind. Okay, another one that you're likely to see something around is we shall not use our to our personal advantage nor that of a client or employer information gained in a professional relationship. And so this is basically the same version of what we saw in the principles. And I gave you some examples of, like, I can't use knowledge that Walmart may be coming to town and buy the property next door, that would be inappropriate for me to use that for personal advantage. It's just more detailed in the AICP code. So section B, this is what I can get in trouble for. Okay, so before is aspirational principles, this is what I can lose AICP over. So I'm going to point out just a couple of these. So one, we shall not fail to disclose the interests of our client or employer when participating in the planning process. Just as an example, if I'm working for a consulting firm that's doing development work, for example, I can't show up to a meeting and pretend I'm there as a resident. That would be inappropriate. It's important for me to disclose my role and interests. Okay, section C of the code, this is the process, getting into the process stuff. So it identifies the ethics officer. So an ethics officer is going to be able to provide formal or informal advice. Informal advice, I may want to say, hey, I had this situation and I need to understand what to do. For example, I have experienced that calling and saying, hey, I need some advice. It's non-binding. That means that I can do whatever I want, but I can also get in trouble. So it's not protecting me if I wind up taking the advice, but then somebody files a complaint. Whereas a formal advice can be in writing, and that formal advice is binding on AICP, and so would serve as a defense. So for example, if somebody filed a complaint against me and I said, hey, I did what the ethics officer told me, then that would protect me from any adverse actions. The ethics officer, if new issues come up, can issue formal advisory rulings. So for example, under the prior code of ethics, they issued an advisory around sexual harassment, for example. Anyone can file a complaint. So it can be somebody in your office, it can be a customer, absolutely anybody can file a charge of misconduct. And then the ethics officer is responsible for determining whether an investigation should occur, convening the ethics committee if necessary, and producing a settlement if appropriate. Okay. I'm going to encourage you to read sections D and E on your own time, because I want to use our time together to really focus on scenarios. So what we're going to do is just take a couple scenarios. I'm going to read you the scenario, and then you're going to look and see what sections of the AICP Code of Ethics you think would be applicable to this situation. And so we're just going to talk about those out loud, so you can go look, and then you can just take yourself off mute and just share with us what you found, and then we'll talk through what the options are in terms of what we might do. Okay. So you're a planning director in an upstate New York city of 50,000, and the mayor and council have asked you to work on a redevelopment plan for the downtown area. The planning process is nearing completion, and the mayor, and in turn you, are getting a lot of negative calls from business owners because of the increasing visibility of panhandlers and homeless in downtown. The mayor has ordered you to declare all soup kitchens to be restaurants, and if they're declared restaurants, then they would not have an adequate number of off-street parking spaces. So what should you do as the director? So the easy thing is, like, already I have a reaction. I'm like, I'm going to tell him he's full of crap. And, you know, like, I'm already having a reaction of what I would do, but that's not tied to the AICP Code of Ethics. So what you have to do is now go look at the AICP Code of Ethics, look through sections A and B, and look at what would be applicable in this situation. So I'll give you a couple minutes to look, and then when you have some thoughts, you can unmute yourself, or you can type into the chat. When you type into the chat, just type like 1A, just like a brief description of the section. So if it were about confidential information or something like that, that you would type about that. Okay, so I'll give you a couple minutes to get to work. Okay, so Joaquin is advocating we deny the mayor's request social justice fair process, not only unethical, but likely illegal. Yeah, you're jumping to like what we're going to do. But what we want to do first is say, what are the applicable sections? So Austin has identified B10 and B11, and Eric has identified not coercing or directing analysis. Great. So Eric, you're spot on. So I could not, as a director, tell somebody to go do an analysis that would be inappropriate. And effectively, what the mayor is asking is that we declare restaurants, to be soup kitchens, so that they wouldn't meet the number of parking spaces. So the mayor wants a certain outcome. So what are some things that we could do? Okay, so let's think through what are the ethical responsibilities under the code. So one, we shall not deliberately or with reckless indifference fail to provide adequate, timely, clear, or accurate information. So stepping back, many mayors are not knowledgeable about the nuances of zoning regulations. So you could explain and provide adequate, timely, and clear information to explain, hey, if we change the zoning code, these would be grandfathered uses. So they wouldn't have to immediately comply with the parking requirement. And we'd have to come up with an amortization schedule. That isn't really going to solve the immediate problem. So let's focus on what could we do to help support the homeless in our community and address panhandling. Here's some ways that I think that we could accomplish that, right? So that's something we could do. Two, we shall not direct, coerce other professionals to make analyses or reach findings not supported by available evidence, right? Okay, so we just talked about that. So it would not be appropriate to do an analysis that would find that we should change the zoning ordinance. Then we shall neither directly nor with reckless indifference commit any wrongful act, whether or not specified in the rules of conduct that reflect adversely on our professional fitness. This is like the catch-all for, ooh, this feels icky, and I know it's wrong. And like, I think all of us had the reaction, ooh, this is just wrong when we read this case. So that's the catch-all for that. All right, so what are our options? We could first use the issue to raise public sensitivity to the homelessness. We could quit our job. Sounds like that's a crappy mayor. I don't really want to work for that person. We can conduct a survey of soup kitchens to find out the typical number of cars that park to go to the location, and based on the results, propose a soup kitchen parking requirement. Or we could tell the mayor that it would not be ethical to arbitrarily change soup kitchens to restaurants to put them out of business. All right, so anybody want to tell us what they think we should do? And you can just unmute yourself if you'd like to offer what you think we should do based on these choices. Okay, no eager takers. Okay, fair enough. So quitting our job is not really a good choice in this situation. So let's just take off that off the table. We could use it as an opportunity to raise public sensitivity, but going around the mayor and saying the mayor's an idiot and we should care about the homeless is probably not a good strategy. So that leaves us with conducting the analysis and telling the mayor. So I would actually suggest it's kind of a sequence of actions that I would talk to the mayor and say it wouldn't be ethical to arbitrarily change the soup kitchen ordinance, and offer to do an analysis. If you're really concerned about soup kitchens, let me do the analysis to figure out what is appropriate parking in this particular situation. So that would be an approach you could take that could be reasonable in addressing the mayor's concerns. I mean, for all we know, people could be living in their cars and parking at the soup kitchen, and we don't have enough parking spaces, and it's resulting in people parking in the surrounding neighborhoods to be close to the soup kitchen. I don't think that's the case, but we don't perhaps know in this particular circumstance. And so doing an analysis could be of value. And so Jamie says, let's educate the mayor and bring him to the table along with the other commissioners and or city staff and come up with a plan of action. Yeah, I agree. Like, if this is really an issue, then let's find a solution and figure out how we can support getting people access to the resources they need so that they don't need to panhandle, and that we can reduce homelessness in our community. Right? You know, Austin suggests that the focus should not be on the soup kitchens, but the issues of homelessness and vagrancy. Sure, absolutely. So let's figure out how we can approach that. So I see y'all leaning towards the last answer is the best answer choice, and I agree with you. That's the right choice. Okay, so let's do another scenario. You've recently been hired as the planning director for a Pennsylvania town, and just prior to your start, the city adopted a new sign ordinance which bans temporary banners from being strung across roadways. The community will be hosting a major benefit, and a famous athlete is coming to the event to help raise money. An illegal banner promoting the event has been placed across the road you travel on. You saw the banner, and when you got to the office, you checked the code to make sure it's not allowed. No one has complained about the banner, but you noticed it and you know it's a violation of the sign ordinance. What should you do? All right, so I'm going to have you go to the AICP code. I'm going to have you look through it and figure out what are the appropriate code sections? And so you'll just type into the text again, not the numbers, but just like the gist of what code section that code section's about. So I'll give everybody a couple minutes to do that. Okay, so Eric has said diligent and faithful service to the public. Okay, so yes, we want to provide diligent and faithful service to the public. So Eric, how would that guide what you think we should do in this circumstance? If you want to unmute yourself, you can offer a suggestion. Okay, so we should take action. We have to do something. Okay, we do have to do something. So we've got some choices. A, we could proceed with enforcement slowly, knowing that the event will likely be over before the certified letter can be delivered. B, pretend we did not see the sign and wait to see if anyone complains. C, promptly investigate, prepare the complaint, and deliver a copy of the violation to the event organizers. Or D, begin working with the city attorney to draft an amendment to the ordinance that allows special exceptions for temporary signs. Okay, so which do you think is the right answer? Y'all can type that in the chat. Okay, so Molly thinks it's C, Murray thinks it's C, Yu Ying, yeah. Okay, but that feels kind of yucky, doesn't it? So one of the things that I would point out is that most of our compliance regulations have information on how many days until you have to come into compliance. So it could be 7 days, it could be 21 days, something like that. And so just being explicit in that letter to say you have until, I don't know, August 31st to come into compliance, things like that, that they do have some time. You know, maybe the event is on August 24th, and so they don't actually have to take it down until the event's over. So, you know, there's ways for us to be good community members, as well as make sure that we're upholding the ordinances with which we're charged. So the correct answer would be C. And, you know, the question becomes, you know, that I like D, but it seems too late for that. Well, is there a reason that we have these temporary signage ordinances, and are they relevant today? And that, you know, that's a discussion with leadership of the organization about the applicability of standards. Sometimes we have ordinances that were written 50 years ago that are just still around that may not be as relevant to the work that we're doing today. So yes, we should definitely take opportunities to revise those ordinances, but the correct answer in this case would be C. Okay. Here's a super easy one. I just want to like a quick wake up call for middle of the afternoon. This is the basic ethical principles. So this is referring to the APA ethical principles. For planners, include all of the following except avoiding conflict of interest, do not seek or offer favors, never be the last one in or first one out, and ensure full disclosure at public hearings. All right, so I think that everybody knows the correct answer to this one. Absolutely, never be the last one in or first one out. You might get one or two questions on the AICP code that are this, not on the code, but on the exam that are going to be this easy. And it's such a joy when you see the super easy ones that you're like, yes, I nailed that one. And I think they throw it in just to like keep your motivation going as you're working through this challenging exam. All right, so you are the planning director in a resort community in Utah. During a break in the city council meeting, you talk with city councilors about how hard it is for your kids to find a summer job. A local developer overhears the conversation and mentions that he often hires teenagers for the summer to work at his lodge. He encourages you to have your children drop by for an interview. What should you do? All right, so you're going to go look at the AICP code. You're going to come back and post what you think the applicable section should be. All right. So we've got B5, B14, B7. People are posting some different options. Does anybody want to talk about why they think one of those is applicable? All right, so the key issue in this case is whether or not we're receiving a favor. So that's kind of a critical question. Are we receiving a benefit? So that's one piece of it. And the second piece is, would this be perceived as a conflict of interest, right? So if my child is employed by somebody that I regularly do business with, then is that potentially a perceived conflict of interest or a real conflict of interest? So those are things that we want to be thinking about as we're looking at this situation. So our options are sending our children down for an interview, which we know, no, we're not going to take this job. You consult with other members of the staff who say, fine, you can go do it. We can decline the offer, explaining that this might be construed as accepting a favor from someone who has to submit projects for your approval. So that's the right choice. Or we could decide that since you didn't specifically ask for the favor, you shouldn't send your children for an interview. Now, I want to say the critical issue here is really the communication and offer directly from the developer. So if your child, if it's a lodge, like let's just say it's a ski town, pretty much the jobs for teenagers are going to be working at these ski lodges. So if there had never been any communication, then it would be fine, you know, to go work, your child to work, go get their job wherever they're going to get their job. The issue here is really that there was a direct offer to have that child interview. And so Austin said, you know, Richard, you said, if you'd be uncomfortable talking to a reporter about it, it's probably wrong. And that's good wisdom. Okay. You're a city planning director for a community, and during a recess in your planning commission meeting, you're approached by a longtime acquaintance who you trust. She tells you she has information about one of the applicants appearing before the commission that day. The acquaintance says that while the information is confidential, it is so serious that the staff recommendation would likely be changed. She asks you to step out in the hall so she can briefly convey her concerns to you. What should you do? So I'll let you look at the AICP code and figure out what you think would be applicable in this circumstance. Okay, so Joaquin, we shall not deliberately or with reckless indifference fail to provide timely and accurate information, that it's hearsay. So one of the key issues is that we really can't handle confidential information in a setting like this. We're literally in the public hearing, we're making a decision. Our staff report is public information, and we have to be able to convey what is the basis upon which we're making that recommendation. What information do we have? Now, Joaquin, you're saying if you're made aware of it, you need to at least look into it. Maybe, maybe not. So let's talk about what our options are. So we could listen long enough to ascertain whether the information is material to the case, and if not, end the conversation. We can B, explain this isn't the kind of conversation one has in the hallway, provide your phone number and suggest you call you. C, advise her that while you appreciate her concern, information that could influence the public decision-making process needs to be presented in the public hearing. And the public hearing is right now. So part of our issue is timing, that this activity is happening now. I cannot change a recommendation based on confidential information in the moment. And if this person wants to bring this information forward, they can do it in the public hearing process and tell the planning commissioners or city councilors, depending on the situation. Or we could recommend you talk to the planning commissioners themselves rather than talk to you about this confidential information. And it's a little bit of D, but it's in the context of it needs to be in the public decision-making process. Okay, so we have concluded the ethics section. Are there any questions that you all have about ethics before we take a break?
I have a quick question, Jennifer.
Sure.
Do you really, I've read a lot of study materials that say just memorize ethics. I think that's the best thing to scenario questions, kind of the better way to.
So Emily, it sounds like you cut out a little bit, but the questions that the question I think you were asking is, what's the best study strategy for this? And the question is like, do you really need to memorize it and then go through scenarios? And the strategy I'm using with you, I think, is the best one, because it can be really hard to just memorize it because you're not applying it. And so that process of going through the application is something that can be really valuable. So the book that I had recommended, that ethics book, has a bunch of ethics scenarios, and so that may provide you some tools. If you're going to the Texas APA conference, Carol Barrett is often on the agenda, and certainly there will be a couple of ethics sections at the Texas APA conference. So you could certainly participate in those, and that would give you some more scenarios that you could think about. But it's that application that is really important that you go through. And so, you know, Eric posted he thought he knew the code inside and out and still did very poorly in this section on the May exam. And it really is that going through that application process and figuring out what is the specific code citation and how it gets us to this particular recommendation. So that extra step in the process is really what's going to be most critical in helping you to pass this portion of the exam. And when I say pass this portion of the exam, what will happen is that you could get all the questions right in plan making and implementation and a couple of other sections and fail everything on the ethics, and you'd still pass the exam. But you want to get as many questions right in each section as you can. And this just happens to be one that tends to trip people up quite a bit, because they're like, oh yeah, I know the code, but do they really know how to apply it in the scenarios that will be provided?
Carol Barrett has a really good book called Everyday Ethics. It's a really fun read too. She puts a little humor into it.
I do love her book, Everyday Ethics, and it's not on the AICP reading list, but it is a wonderful resource, and you can find it used for very inexpensive. It's a great resource. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're now, yeah, Eric, it felt like more than 5% of the questions, and it wasn't. It's just when you're not doing well, it really stands out. The last time I took the exam, there were several questions about Indigenous planning, so Native American planning, and it was not an area that I had studied for at all. And it felt like there were 27 questions on the exam. There may have only been 3, but it felt tough. One thing for you to be aware of is that there are 3 different versions of the exam. So everybody in this room, if you all took the exam in November, you would have different exam experiences. And so one might slightly emphasize, say, environmental planning versus another area. It will be the same number of questions within each major topical area. It's just whether it talks about food or environment or, you know, Native American planning could be slightly different from exam to exam.
And I believe ethics is 10%. In the new outline.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a break. We are almost at 2:30. So I'm going to ask you to come back at 2:40. And that's when we're going to talk about plan making and implementation. So everybody enjoy your break, and I'll see you back in about 10 minutes. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your break. So we are going to be moving into the plan making and implementation section. And there is a ton that's in the plan making and implementation. And so I have just chosen one particular subset of that for us to focus on for the moment, and that's around public participation. So we're going to be talking a little bit about public participation. And I had mentioned that there can be some challenges in public participation, and that it can be kind of multi-layered. So it's not just knowing what are techniques, but then how do we apply them, and what would be the best way to use public participation in a planning process. All right, so I'm going to walk through a couple of these. So we're going to start by talking about the history of public participation. So I want to walk through some of the key acts and time periods that we'll need to go through. So first, I'm going to talk about the first instance of public participation being specified, and that's in the 1926 Standard State Zoning Enabling Act and the 1928 Standard City Planning Enabling Act. And those 2 acts specified that there should be a public hearing process. So if we think about prior to this, there wasn't anything explicit saying how citizens should participate in planning processes. And so this was pretty important to see that specified in these two specific acts. So we move into the 1930s and we have a very influential figure. So Saul Alinsky is one of our A-list planners, or planning names that you need to know. And he led the Back of Yards movement in Chicago. And this was really an organizing movement. So does anybody know the name of the book that Saul Alinsky is famous for? So if you'll just type in the chat if you know the book that he is famous for. I'm challenging you on this one, huh? So he wrote a book called Rules for Radicals, and it was a pretty straightforward guide on how you do community organizing. So for example, if the organization says that we respond to every letter within 2 business days, then you flood with 10,000 letters coming in the door. So it's really a call to civic action for how to institute change. So I'll just give you a little example from something that's going on in our local region. So as you probably know, that there's a lot of controversy about mask wearing right now. And so Dallas school district parents staged a sit out and didn't send their kids the first day of school, because what they knew is absences, that the school districts don't get paid on absences. And they wanted to send a strong message saying that we don't agree, we believe that there should be masks in our schools. So that would be an example of something that would come from kind of a rules for radicals around how you bring the community together to organize, to impact change. So the next one is 1964, the Economic Opportunity Act. So this act was focused on how do we support economic development in struggling communities. And one of the things that it said, which is kind of groundbreaking at the time, is you need to engage the community members that you're impacting in the planning process and deciding what's going to be done to economically benefit their community. Now, for us today, that seems like really straightforward, no surprises. Of course, we want to engage the communities, but at the time, what we had was a rational planning model that said that basically the planner is making decisions for the community. And while they're acting in the community interest, there wasn't an expectation that we were going to actively engage community members in those decision-making processes. So Paul Davidoff in 1965, he proposed a theory called advocacy planning. And when we think of advocacy planning today, we think of it in kind of different contextual ways than it was theorized at the time. So what he proposed was that you would have a series of parallel plans, that we would create a plan. Let's say it's a plan for how we're going to redevelop our downtown. You would create a plan with the downtown business owners as your stakeholders. You would create a plan that would be the downtown residents, so on and so forth. And that what you would do is have these plans and you would put them before the decision makers, say the city council, and they would decide which plan they were going to go with. So how do you think that that would go over with city council members? If you said, hey, here's 4 different plans for 4 different stakeholder groups, you decide what's going to work best. That's not going to work. Nobody wants to be put in that situation. So what we saw in terms of a move from advocacy planning as a concept, and the key takeaway from that is we really need to think about the stakeholders that we're impacting. And the focus at that time was on urban renewal and the impacts of the highway construction projects on communities, and shifting the mindset of planning for what's good for the majority to how are different communities going to be impacted. So what we see is a shift from advocacy planning to more equity planning that is planning for disenfranchised and underrepresented groups. So saying what is going to impact these particular communities, and how can we advocate and plan in a way that they will benefit from the work that we're doing. Okay, then in 1969, you have Arnstein's ladder of participation, and I'm going to walk you through this ladder of participation that characterizes the different types of planning. So we have this ladder that moves from manipulation at the bottom rung to citizen control at the top rung. And I'm just going to give you examples of what we're talking about along this scale. So we have those therapy and manipulation that are characterized as non-participation. So if we think about the plan for Chicago, anybody know who created the plan for Chicago back in the early 1900s? Okay, Daniel Burnham, that's another one of your A-list authors that you need to know. So Daniel Burnham created the Plan for Chicago. And that was commissioned by the business leaders of the community. And what they realized is this was going to be a quite extensive plan to implement. And so in order to get it implemented, it was going to require the citizens to vote for bonds and support bonds. So they used a public engagement strategy that was focused on educating the public. So they created school textbooks that children were taught about the Plan for Chicago. They sent pamphlets home to every household. And really the thought was kind of this therapy rung that if we teach you what's good for you, then you will agree to what needs to be done. So this was really in the City Beautiful movement, that we want these more beautiful cities, and that the poor will be better people if they're just in beautiful spaces. So this is kind of a naive understanding of how cities work, but that said, it was really a focus on how can we manipulate and educate in a way that will get the outcomes that the business leaders want. So while we all celebrate the Plan for Chicago and the grand vision that was encompassed within it, there's also this kind of darker side of how we wouldn't really see public participation working today. Then we have the next three rungs: informing, consulting, placating. There's a whole lot of tokenism going on in communities where we invite people to come to meetings, we inform them about what we're going to do, we might consult with them, we might try to placate them, but we're really going to move forward with the decisions that we want. So I spent more than a decade serving on a planning commission, and one of the city councilors came to the meeting. It was his district, and I have to say it was the most ridiculous meeting. The local gas station around the corner from me was proposing to add a restroom, okay, because they had one of the internal ones only for the employees. They were going to add an outside restroom that people could get the key to and go to. You would have thought that I was proposing the worst land use ever, okay? There were so many residents that were out, and they were making insane claims. Like they were like, you're going to increase public urination. People are going to go pee on the fence. I'm like, where are they peeing now? Like there isn't a restroom. Wouldn't they be peeing on the fence now? And with this restroom, they'll pee in the restroom. They said it was going to increase graffiti because now there was a restroom there. And so teenagers would just hang out and spray paint all of their fences, and then they'd have this local restroom. I'm telling you, a restroom has not influenced my decision to engage in any behavior. So there was a lot of real nonsense in this meeting. And so the city council member stood up and he said, I hear you. And I am informing you that, like, hey, this is a proposal that's before us. I'm consulting you by listening to you. But he said, I think if I talk to people that are further away from this gas station, they would have a different opinion than you. And I'm going to go with what I think they think, without even knowing what they think. And so you can imagine how that just felt terrible, like tokenism, total tokenism. Okay, you didn't really listen to me and what my concerns were. Then you have the area of citizen power. And that can range from citizen control at the top. That would be, for example, referendums. In California, there's referendums all the time, and there's a huge amount of citizen control over what happens. You have delegated power that, hey, I'm going to delegate the decisions we're going to make to this group. This group's going to be able to decide what we're going to do. And then we have partnership. So how are we going to work as partners together to make something good happen in our community? That citizen power has to be really intentionally designed. And so we talk about public participation processes a little bit more. There can be intentions to give citizens power. The disconnect can be, what decision are we actually empowering people to make? Are we allowing them to decide what color the trains are going to be? Are we deciding where the trains are going to go, and that the citizens are going to get to decide that? And there's big differences in expectations. And so doing the right thing in terms of setting those expectations. Okay, so the public involvement planning process is about who needs to be involved, who is the decision maker. So I just talked about, like, who is going to make the ultimate decision. Sometimes you have challenges of citizens coming into a public participation process and perceiving that they're going to be able to be more involved in certain decisions than they are. So do we have clarity on who is ultimately going to make the decision in this case? Identify the decisions to be made. At different stages in a planning process, you might have different kinds of decisions that are going to be made. At the kickoff of a comprehensive planning process, we may be focused on visioning, like what is it the community values, those sorts of things. Whereas at the end of the planning process, or in a rezoning case or something like that, there's a very specific decision to be made. And then what are the specific stages? If we're thinking about a comprehensive plan, that might be a 12 to 18 month process. So what are the different stages, different decisions, and how are citizens going to be engaged, and what's the right form of engagement along the way? And then what's that schedule look like? So then we have all kinds of different techniques. So here's a couple of pictures that come from some exercises that I've done in communities. You see kind of a dot voting exercise where the community can see what it is they value and what they want to focus on. And at the top, we have a visual preference survey voting. You know, people are doing electronic voting. So we have things that range from the public hearing, which most of us are familiar with, to make decisions about particular issues. You have a range of small group types of exercises you can do, from focus groups to the Delphi method. And so the Delphi method is an iterative decision-making process, that it's like a ranking process that you're deciding which items are priorities and working through that. Many of you may have participated in design charrettes. That would be another type where you can get a small group of stakeholders together that are working around a table on what do we want to see happen with this neighborhood or this site, that sort of thing. Interviews are one form. You can do educational initiatives. So we need to educate the community about particular issues. So maybe displaying information, presentations, fact sheets, things like that. See that a lot in open house kinds of contexts where we bring stakeholders together to be able to learn more information about something going on in the community. Participatory land use mapping exercises would be another technique that you could use. Open houses, town hall meetings. I mean, there's just a wide range. So I'm going to encourage us to take a couple minutes and unmute. You can jump forward and give me an example of a public participation technique that you've used, say in the last year or so, to engage with the public. So if you'll tell us what technique you used and what the planning project was about.
Hey,
Hi
so
there,
this is
John Teeman. Go ahead, Joaquin.
I'm currently working on a corridor study for a 14.5 mile long corridor here in El Paso called Alameda. It's part of State Highway 20. And what we've been really using because of the length of the corridor is reaching out to different civic groups and just presenting at their presentations. So they're standing meetings rather than going through the process of setting our own meetings and doing all this stuff. That's been really, really valuable for us.
Okay, so you said, hey, you have upcoming meetings. Can I be a part of that agenda? Can I have X amount of time? I'd like to talk about this issue. And what's the question that you were bringing forward to them?
We're really in the visioning stage right now. So trying to identify needs, identify gaps, identify values and priorities.
Okay, great. All right, John, you're next.
Sure. So mine is a little bit different in nature. In 2020, the community passed a ballot initiative to reallocate sales tax to better fund transit in San Antonio. So although, as a state agency, we can't advocate, but we can certainly educate. And in order to do that effectively, much like Joaquin said, visiting those who have standing meetings already, granted this was in the midst of COVID as well, so we were able to tackle a lot of meetings virtually at a greater, I guess, frequency than we would otherwise. One of the things that is incredibly helpful with that forum as we pivot to adapt to changing conditions constantly with COVID is having the public meetings for service changes or for environmental projects recorded and available online to watch, making sure that they have the interactive tools and the resources to view those things, as well as the customers that we serve currently who may not have those resources, making sure information is available to them to voice their opinion at our transit centers or parking lot facilities. So it's definitely an all of the above approach, but it's certainly effective in ensuring that people are informed and also can help influence the types of projects they see in the community.
And so you see that you're getting good feedback from when you're at the transit station, getting information at the transit stations and things like that, you're going to target people who are users.
Exactly. Yeah. So we have those folks who use our services day in and day out, and then we have those who can opt for other modes of transportation that some may not have that luxury to do. So by making sure that we're engaging with all the different members in our community and making sure that they're informed about a ballot initiative in this case.
Oh, sounds great. Thanks for sharing. Anybody else want to share?
Yeah, I think in some ways John nailed it. I think you have to have specifically targeted efforts. Public hearings may have cut it 100 years ago, but every planning and zoning commission meeting we've ever had, we have a half a dozen public hearings, and most of the time nobody shows up. Before that, when I was doing grant management, every plan that that we did, whether it was a comprehensive plan or a park master plan, every grant that we did had required public hearings. Nobody ever showed up for these things. Right now, our city is doing an update to our Unified Development Code, and they reached out to specific groups, specific, I don't want to call them special interest groups, they call them stakeholders. So we reached out to the design professionals, we reached out to the downtown property owners through their, I'm going to call them leaders, okay, or at least prominent figures. And so the developers, the architects and engineers, the property owners, there's a group of urban farmers, believe it or not, where we are, that are advocating for urban farming allowances in our different zoning districts. And it has been wildly successful. I've never seen participation on this scale in over 20 years. So I think that you have to kind of make a targeted outreach to get relevant participation. You just post something in the newspaper or post it on the bulletin board at City Hall or the county courthouse, people do not show up.
I don't disagree with you. It's not just to put it out there and people will show up, right? That you have to think of other ways. I will say I have enjoyed during the pandemic, seeing the creativity and how people are reaching out in different ways. So, for example, I participated in a online participatory tool for a corridor study for the major expansion of a roadway in my community. And I'll say I wasn't interested enough to go in person if they had held a public hearing about it, because it's not adjacent to my neighborhood. But I use that corridor all the time. And it is a major corridor that connects Denton to Frisco. And so having it online meant I actually participated and wound up inquiring more. Similarly, there were going to be some major bus route changes as a result of budgetary cutbacks. And so I wanted to understand how that might impact the university that I work for. And because they had everything online and were engaging, it was like a virtual sticky note exercise, that worked out great. That it was like, hey, I was able to participate in this process in a more meaningful way. So I think it's important for us to all have creativity around how we can engage with our stakeholders. And, the last one at the bottom, youth outreach, there are all kinds of planning in a box kinds of toolkits to engage youth in planning. And that can be particularly fun we're planning communities for 10, 20, 30 years down the line, and our children are going to be part of that. And so as we think about some of our comprehensive planning projects and major projects that have long-term implications, including children, and that can be a really fun process. And if you invite the children, you can also have other activities for the adults so that you're getting the whole community engaged. Well, thanks everybody for sharing a few of those examples of participatory techniques that you're using. The visual preference survey I mentioned was one of the pictures that I had, the electronic clicker. And one of the things that I have found valuable about this particular tool is you can contextualize it to the community. So on a scale of 1 to 5, thinking about your own community, how acceptable would this style of home be in your community? If you can rate it on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being very unacceptable and 5 being very acceptable. So I'll let everybody just type in the chat. How would this be received in your community? Oh, a 0 from Krista, a bunch of 2s. And I'll say, the community that I was working in was a rural unincorporated community. And this is considered quite attractive. So people rated this as a 4, that this was perfectly acceptable in the community that we were in. But I'll tell you, I showed them this really beautiful, it was near a coastal community. And I showed this beautiful home that many of us who come from urban areas might find to be quite attractive as a near beachfront property. And they hated it. They said, oh, none of that city-fied stuff for us, right? That we don't want to see that in our community, that we value the simple in our community. And so thinking about ways that we can make those connections, whether it be through a visual preference survey or other participatory techniques to make those connections. All right, one of the key issues that you'll be asked about on the AICP exam is how you identify, engage, and serve underserved groups. So how do you reach out to these groups? And so it was great as we were hearing some of the stories a little bit earlier that people were talking about, gosh, we got to go out and get into the community. We got to go to the transit stations and be able to engage people there. So we have to be really intentional about who are the audiences that we're engaging with, and then what are the participatory processes of engagement. So for example, one of the planning projects that I was working on was in a coastal community. And we were looking at the impacts and changes in the shrimping economy and what was happening, and the working waterfronts and some of the redevelopment that was happening, and some of the industrial waterscapes being converted for condos and other units. And so what was happening? Well, that was a largely Vietnamese community. So in order to be able to go in and really engage them, we had to go when the shrimpers were coming off the boats early in the morning and talk to them then, because that would be the best time to catch them. And having surveys that were in Vietnamese, being able to have a translator that could be able to help us engage in that community was really important to be able to understand what they were interested in and what they valued for their future. So I just use that as one example of thinking through how are you going to do what's best for the community in terms of getting them involved in the process. You can expect to see information on the exam about social justice, but I also want to pull out spatial justice as a topic, because for us as planners, we largely deal in land use spaces. And so that's about how do people have access to key services, employment opportunities, good schools, all those sorts of things. How are we creating communities that are spatially just, that provide access to important resources? So you're going to want to be familiar with some of the social justice movement. There's some great articles in Planning Magazine that have come out in the past few years about social justice issues that would be good for you to review in preparing for the exam. You're going to be expected to work with diverse communities and be able to communicate about that in the AICP exam. And so finding the best techniques for communicating in these communities, how do you do it in a way that will be effective? So one of my former students is a school planner. And so he works with K through 12 school districts and supporting planning for new schools, renovations of schools, things like that. And so when he's working in low educational attainment communities, he recognizes that in order to get parents to turn out and to be engaged in planning around their schools, that he has to think differently. So one of the things he does is he doesn't necessarily hold it at the school. For many parents that have never graduated from high school, being in the school can feel intimidating or less comfortable. He thinks about the materials and presentations that he puts together. He puts a lot of focus on the visual, fewer words, thinking about the complexity of the language that he's using to make it as simple as possible for people to feel engaged and comfortable. If you're working in a community where the average educational attainment is 8th grade, then how do you design your presentation and materials to target and meet the community where it's at and ask them to be engaged in decisions about the future of education for their kids? So you want to think through how you're going to work with diverse communities. So, that's just one example of low educational attainment. It might be, we had a school for the deaf that we were working with. So how do you think about ability and thinking about how you would design a participatory process where you're engaging and thinking about different needs and communities? There's a new planning advisory service report out that is planning for autism. And so how do we think about sensory stimulation in our communities and designing places that are comfortable for people with autism? So that's just another example of ways that we would want to think about diversity across our communities. Yeah, so the example I had to tell a colleague that putting annual household income of less than 200% of the federal poverty guideline is not easily understood. That's right. So how do we make it easy for our communities to understand what we're talking about? We have a whole lot of technical language that we use that's really important that you're going to be tested on the AICP exam. But when it comes to engaging with our communities, we want to keep it simple so it's easy for them to understand and feel like they can be engaged. Okay, there are 3 C words that you're going to need to know for the AICP exam. One of them is coalition building, one is consensus building, and one is conflict resolution. So I'm going to invite y'all to participate at this point. So who would like to give a definition or description of any one of these 3 words, coalition or phrases, coalition building, consensus building, or conflict resolution? Okay, y'all don't have to be shy. I can call on you if necessary. I know we're hitting that afternoon lull, but we've got a lot to cover. So maybe Joy or Sai, would either of you like to jump in and offer a definition? Or Eric's popped in. Eric, you want to offer a definition?
I would say coalition building, you would be looking to identify common interests in a certain direction you're headed, and figuring out which components of those stakeholder groups would be best aligned. So maybe more almost like alignment.
So let me just talk about an example. I like bicycling, and so I participate in a bicycle advocacy group. So my interests in transportation are that I have accessible trail systems and easy ways to bike around the community. Now, if I'm an environmental advocate that's interested in river restoration projects, for example, I might want a coalition with the bicycle advocates because we can promote more preservation of riverfront land and the inclusion of bike trails, right? That can be part of how we get people into nature, and have, maybe there's an environmental education group that could also be part of this coalition. So it's how do we take different interests and come together around a project or a issue that may be important to multiple stakeholders who are coming at it from different angles. Okay, anybody want to jump in and share what you think consensus building or conflict resolution is about? So Austin has, you can jump in, you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. For consensus building, that's where you try to bring the various stakeholders or interest groups together and reach some kind of agreement where everybody is at least satisfied with the decision. Everybody may not get everything that they want, but you try to get as many possible gains for everyone involved and reach some kind of point where everyone is in some.
Absolutely. So what we're saying is we may have stakeholders that have differing views, right? That they may not be a coalition all looking to do one thing together. Instead, we're saying, how can we get to a place of compromise? So, using my riverfront example, you might have a development group that really wants to promote economic development and building along the riverfront. You may have environmentalists that are like, we want to preserve water quality. How can we meet in the middle and find a way to support multiple goals and outcomes? Okay, so then you have conflict resolution, right? This is where we have a conflict, we can't solve, can't come to a ready solution through consensus building or other tools. So how might we go about resolving conflict? Does somebody want to give an example of how we could engage in conflict resolution? Eric?
Yeah, I think it's a way of bringing different groups together, and in the end, coming to a peaceful resolution, a peaceful agreement. If a group of several different groups have a disagreement in how to reach a common goal, it's a way of bringing them together so each group, all the groups can agree in a common resolution?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that you could think about, and Joaquin says it's a lot of education. So how do we make sure that the different groups have the same information? Because we all have our own biases and assumptions, and particularly when you're in a conflict, then I can make assumptions that may or may not be true. So I could assume, Eric, that you don't like bicyclists and that you're anti-bicyclist because you don't support expanding the number of bike lanes that we have in our community. I'm just making something up, okay? And you could make assumptions about me that, gosh, you must not have a good job because you can't afford a car, and that's why you bike to work, or something like that. So how do we help people have shared bits of information or pieces of information, and then be able to talk through what are the appropriate solutions? And so conflict resolution can be formal and binding, going through a formal mediation process, for example, or it can be informal. It really depends on what the situation is in the problem that you're seeking to solve. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through some practice questions about some of these public participation topics. So as a planner, you have been working hard to try to resolve a conflict over development along the local river. The environmentalists want to stop all development, while the property owners want to be able to build whatever they would like. Local officials are concerned about water quality and tax base. Which of the following would be most appropriate to use? Would it be conflict resolution, consensus building, coalition building, or a town hall meeting? So I'll let people type an answer into the chat. All right. So several of you think it's consensus building, and there's a couple of other, a couple saying, well, it could be conflict resolution. And the answer is it might escalate to conflict resolution, but we'd want to start with consensus building. Can we bring diverse groups together? Can we get them to come to a consensus around what a solution might be around how we would support development along our local river or not? Okay, so our next question. You're a manager of a long-range planning division of a community in Maryland. You've been asked to organize the citizen participation process for a comprehensive plan update. Which of the following would be most effective to kick off the process? A, holding focus groups, B, a public hearing, C, an open house, or D, a town hall meeting. So which do you think would be best for our to kick off our comprehensive planning process? And I'll let everybody type your answers into the chat. Okay, it looks like you all have chosen the best answers, C and D. So let's talk about why A and B isn't appropriate. So B, a public hearing is at the end of the process. We're going to adopt the comprehensive plan. So we wouldn't have a public hearing at the beginning of the process. That's no fun. Focus groups. Well, certainly focus groups can be an important part of a comprehensive planning process. We're at the beginning, we're trying to kick this off, right? We're trying to get things going. We're trying to create energy and excitement. Focus groups tend to be small, and we're asking the group specific questions. So probably not the best for the kickoff part of the process. So that leaves us with an open house and a town hall meeting. So I'll invite the folks that offered one or the other to offer their logic behind why they chose open house or why they chose town hall meeting.
I think open houses are a great way to have the community come together in one room. However, it's a little less formal than a town hall meeting, so you can have breakout groups where you can have multiple staff members recording information that they're hearing, taking ideas, and it's not quite as lengthy or stagnant as a town hall meeting. And then you can also have vocal minorities in town hall meetings kind of take over the conversation, and you may not really end up getting casting a wide net as far as public engagement as you would with an open house. So that's why I think C is the best answer.
Okay. And for somebody who thinks D is the best answer, why did you pick town hall? Ying, maybe you want to offer why you picked town hall?
Yes, the town hall meeting. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Okay. For a town hall meeting, you can have like more the debate session. That's why I choose it.
Okay, so you think that there would be more active engagement?
Yeah, right. You can react with the audience and you will know what their ideas regarding the comprehensive plan.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm hearing is really about how you design your meetings. So either an open house or a town hall meeting could be perfectly appropriate. Personally, I prefer the town hall meeting, but I hear you. For those of you who are like, oh, well, you know, people could take over the meeting. That gets to how you do effective design of your meetings. Like, we all know the bad things that can happen in meetings, and that can happen in an open house, a town hall meeting, public hearing, all those sorts of things. So what I like about open houses is they're great for generating information and helping people understand what's going on in a community. You can have lots of people there providing information, asking questions, engaging in different activities. That can be great and can be effective for a kickoff process. The question is, what are you trying to achieve from that kickoff? If you're trying to generate a focus on what should our vision be, and that we come to a kind of a collective view of what our vision can be, then a town hall meeting where everybody's hearing the same thing at the same time may be more effective. But again, this gets down to how you design this, what questions you're asking, and how you're engaging in those participatory techniques. So I totally hear you that sometimes you can have people take over a meeting. And I'll just share with you one of my worst town hall meeting experiences. We were doing a scenic corridor plan. It should have been very non-controversial. We had a new scenic highway that was being designated by the state. And so we just wanted to talk about some pretty simple things, like, should we increase the setback? Should we have some signage controls, things like that, and to kick off the scenic byway planning process. And the somebody, we think it was a billboard company, sent letters to all the property owners saying that they were with the county and that the county was trying to steal their property rights. I had hundreds of people show up to this meeting, and I couldn't believe the parking lot when I got there. There were so many people. I mean, you'd think they had pitchforks. They were ready to string us up. You know, they were just so unhappy. And they wanted us to read this letter. We're like, we didn't write the letter. And it doesn't even make sense. Why would the county write you a letter saying we're going to steal your property rights and you should show up to this meeting to stop us from stealing your property rights? Like, that's just stupid. But one of the things we were able to do, and I will say play to our advantage, is people were so fixated that this was going to be terrible and that we were stealing things from them, that they actually voted in favor of all of the ideas that we wanted to put on the table. They're like, yeah, we want signs close to the ground. We have all these ideas about what we could do to make sure we protect the scenic corridor. So it wound up working out really well. But of course, it could have devolved in a very different way. So the intentionality around the meeting design, how you think about the participatory techniques that you use, how you manage the voices in the room. You know, I teach my students that anytime you have a public meeting of these kinds, that you make sure you have people stationed at the door, and anybody that comes in that looks like they're not happy, pull them to the side and try to get them to verbally vomit all over you, because they've come with a purpose and they want to yell at people or express displeasure. Get them to do it on you privately, so you take a little of that energy out, and then you point them to the snack station and let them get a little food, feel a little better, and then they're likely to, you know, take that, de-escalate a little bit. So the question is, what's the best answer? So C and D are both acceptable, but since I wrote the question, I'm choosing D as the best answer. Okay. We have neighborhood advocates in a low-income, economically depressed neighborhood who have come to you as the planning director in a Florida city. They want your advice on organizing their community to support the expansion of a light rail line into their neighborhood. Which of the following would you advise? Coalition building, a public hearing, an open house, or a visual preference survey? All right, we'll let everybody type answers into the chat. What do you think is correct? Okay, so we have one person who thinks it's A, a couple of people who think it's D. Well, so what's the question we're trying to get at? We want organize their community to export and to support expansion of a light rail line. Well, one that can be a coalition building, because we want to bring together community stakeholders who might support this advance of the light rail line. The visual preference survey, I understand why some folks might choose that, because they're thinking, oh, we could show what the expansion of the light rail line might look like. But before you get to that stage, it's probably better to focus on who are those stakeholders that could support an alliance to help support expansion of light rail line. So A is the best answer in this situation. Now, one of the things I want to point out is that you're playing in your head, hey, it could be this, it could be that there are multiple answers that could be applied. And that's partly what becomes more challenging around the public participation questions is, of course, there's multiple techniques for how you can engage the public. You're looking for the best answer. And so, Krista, you have a question.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I guess I'm trying to, talk to myself at the same time, because I think and I think Ying spoke to it, because I think the difference is that they're asking you advice on what they should be doing. And I think the coalition building is helping them get their community on board with the project, as opposed to an open house or a public hearing or a visual preference is under the leadership of the city or the planning director. Is that the logic of that?
Yeah, so they want advice on organizing their communities. The key word here that Yuling has pointed out is that organizing. They're looking to organize. And so what are among these are organizing tools, and coalition building is an organizing mechanism. So it is a citizen-based initiative that they would build a coalition around. Now, Austin says, I don't see the different groups that need to build a coalition. Well, we don't have enough information here to necessarily know that. It might be neighborhood organizations in the community. It might be, different advocacy groups. It could be employers. It could be, any range of groups that might be interested in coming together. All right. So what we're going to do is we have wrapped up. We're going to just take a very quick break here. And we'll take a little bit of a shorter break. I'm going to ask you to come back at 3:30, so you'll have enough time to just stretch a little bit. We'll do one more module, and then we will have the opportunity to be able to have kind of an open discussion around any areas that you want to talk about as we move into that 4 o'clock hour. So I'll give everybody about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back together. Hey, Richard, I accidentally hit the stop screen share. I'll get it set up again.
No problem.
Sorry about that. I had some popcorn on my snack and just gave myself a little cough there. All right. So next up, we're going to talk about areas of practice. So these are a broad area. So this covers all the different types of practice that you can be engaged in. And so we heard in the introductions about people who are doing land use. We heard about people doing transportation and many other areas. So I'm just going to walk us through some of the areas of practice that we'll see on the exam. All right, so we have environmental and natural resource planning. So that could be everything from air quality to climate change to agriculture to forestry. And as we look at these exam areas, again, I'll just point you back to the Planning Advisory Service reports. Those are an excellent resource. So for example, there's a report on planning fire-wise communities. Fire-wise communities would be an example of something very current and relevant today as we see the number of wildfires increasing across the country. So how do we build communities that are safe in the midst of forests, for example? So those are the kinds of topics that you would be able to find in those Planning Advisory Service reports. We also have other areas that are perhaps very common, things like economic development planning, urban design, things like that. And so what I would suggest you do is just go through and kind of give yourself a grade of like 1 to 3 in terms of, hey, I don't know anything about this. Maybe you don't know anything about food planning, for example. 2, 3, this is an area that aligns with my area of practice. And really figure out what are the ones that you feel like you need to focus more on, and start with those that you have the least familiarity with, and look at resources to help you, for example, understand more about historic and cultural planning. You'd want to know the basic historic preservation laws. You'd want to know about how it's applied, major practices, things like that. And so those are, it's a great way to help you narrow down what can feel pretty overwhelming in terms of these areas of practice. Today, I'm just going to use a couple of examples of areas that our planners that participate in this workshop tend to have a little less experience with. So you're going to be potentially asked about institutional level planning. So that includes airport planning, education planning, healthcare planning, military planning. Oftentimes this tends to be facility related. So it's looking at what is the overall demand, demographic change, things like that. So for example, I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's the Dallas-Fort Worth airport would certainly be looking at what's the growth in the region and how might that impact a flight demand out of DFW for local folks. But we're also a major national and international airport. So we're a transfer station bringing people into the region. So how do we understand the economic dynamics and how might that drive the demand for further growth at the airport? I use the example of a K through 12 planner that works with school districts a little bit earlier when talking about the role of public engagement. A lot of what he does is demographic forecasting. And so that cohort survival method we talked about is particularly important in his work because he needs to know how many children are being born in the area so that he can figure out when are they going to hit elementary school, middle school, high school. How do you forecast how many additional schools you'll need in a school district and where should those be located in the context of the city's comprehensive plan and growth trajectory. When you think about healthcare, also demographic related, so you're going to be looking at particularly the number of baby boomers and the types of health demands that they need. So the number of heart centers that have popped up in your communities around the state has increased substantially over the last 10 years, largely driven by the number of baby boomers that are in our community. And then military planning, that would be base planning for housing, for example, looking at specialized unit needs. We have our new Space Force that has just launched. And so what are the needs of the Space Force versus the Air Force versus, the other branches of the military? And so there are specific regulatory requirements that may apply to each of these sectors that would also be a factor as well. When we think about infrastructure planning, there's a wide range of infrastructure planning. So that's everything from energy planning and policy to thinking about transportation systems, things like that. You are going to be expected to know major policies that are related to these areas of practice. So for example, in the area of energy policy, you'd want to be familiar with the Energy Policy Conservation Act, the Alternative Motor Fuels Act, the Energy Policy Act, as well as state level initiatives. For example, many states have solar and wind energy types of projects that they support. And you want to understand the types of energy that can be produced across different parts of the country. So for example, in West Texas, you see lots of solar and wind power. In other areas of the country, it may be more geothermal based. So understanding those basic types of renewable energy, as well as the policies that are behind that. When we think about food planning, food systems planning is the chain of activities that moves food through processing, distribution, wholesaling, retailing, and consumption. Traditionally, planners have learned quite a bit about agricultural planning and kind of planning for where the farms are going to be and farming communities and what is needed to support those. But now our view of planning is much more comprehensive to think about where is the food processing taking place. So I gave that example a little earlier that we were looking at working water waterfronts related to seafood production. So how do we make sure the processing of oysters and shrimp and other things have a space in a waterfront community? To the distribution, how is food moving? So for example, pretty much all the bananas we eat come in through a port on the Gulf Coast, move up to Cincinnati, where there's the major banana distribution center, and then go to all over the country. So how do we understand the impact of distribution across the food system, wholesaling, retailing, consumption? I'm sure you've heard about food deserts and the impact of not having adequate access to fresh food and grocery stores in communities. Issues such as where we're going to have farmers markets and spaces for small growers to be able to sell in our communities. And then the disposal of food waste. So for example, do we allow composting and composting at scale? How do we support the recycling of food? Most of our communities have general recycling for cardboard and bottles, but very few communities are focused on disposal of food waste. So what can we do to support that food waste cycle as well? So I just literally talked through the steps of the food chain. So we will focus on that. So the next topic is around hazards, mitigation, and resiliency. So I just point out a few major acts that you would need to be familiar with. The National Earthquake Hazard Reduction Act, the Coastal Zone Management Act is a particularly important one. The National Flood Insurance Act, the Coastal Barrier Resource Act, and the Disaster Mitigation Act. All of these have important influences over the type of development that we can do in and the way in which we planned in communities that are potentially at risk. So that could be earthquake risk, it could be flood risk, or otherwise. Hazard identification and risk assessment is something that emergency planners would be involved in. And every county under the Disaster Mitigation Act is required to have a hazard mitigation plan. So to identify those hazard risks and to have mitigation plans. So for example, if you have a major interstate highway that runs through your county, then understanding what's the potential of chemical spills as a result of trucking accidents, things like that. So it's not just natural disasters, it can be man-made disasters as well. And then understanding what those hazard mitigation tools are and how they can be used to support the good planning. So I gave the example of fire-wise communities to avoid fire risk, forest fire risk. That is an example of a planning advisory service report. And there is a couple of planning advisory service reports that are about hazard mitigation that would be worthwhile to look at, that could give you a sense of the types of mitigation tools that communities might engage in. That might be everything from limiting development in flood-prone regions to having elevation requirements or a stronger building, like in California, they have earthquake-resistant building codes, things of that nature. With health planning, the American Planning Association partnered with the National Association of County and City Health Officials, and they have produced a series of publications that are focused on how we can better integrate public health into our planning systems. So we know that there is a direct connection with community design and overall public health. So having more accessible communities that have access to parks and schools and public spaces is important to the overall health of the community, and that we should be better integrating public health into our plans that we're creating in our communities. There are a number of initiatives that you can find on the APA website that are specific to health planning. And so I encourage you, if you just Google health planning or search in the toolbar, you'll find a number of resources that are tied to health planning. I'll just point out one specific item. It's the behavioral risk factor surveillance system. So this is a telephone survey or a survey that happens in every county that is looking at what are the behavioral risks in those communities. So it's looking at incidents of smoking, people with diabetes, being overweight, and the behaviors that are associated with increased health risk And so it helps public health planners and public health epidemiologists and others understand where they need to focus their risks in a particular community. So for example, if there's high incidence of asthma, then they would want to look at what are the industrial or other factors that influence asthma risk in a community. So that's a resource that is available, and there's a national in every state where you can find information about those behavioral risk factors. One of the other things that you will see in the exam is a focus on different levels of spatial planning. So that's everything from national down to small town. And what you do in each circumstance is going to be slightly different. So the approach of a national planner, say somebody that works for the Department of State, is going to be a little different than somebody that's a state planner versus somebody working in a city or small town. And so while there is certainly a bias towards municipal planning, there's also coverage of the different types and scales of planning that we're engaged in. So at the national planning level, you would want to be familiar with federal programs and policies. So for example, federal housing programs, federal transportation programs, federal environmental programs. So for example, knowing what Section 8 housing is, what the Community Development Block Grant Program is, and how it's applied in communities. Understanding federal transportation programs. I mentioned the Scenic Byway Program as an example of one earlier. Federal environmental programs. So understanding issues around environmental protection, such as how you do scoping of environmental projects and environmental risk. The major federal laws around air and water pollution would be something important to know, and how that impacts planning. You'll also want to understand a little bit about multi-state planning. So we have issues that will go beyond a particular political boundary. Most commonly, this is in environmental planning or in transportation planning. So for example, if we're planning an interstate highway, then that would certainly cross boundaries across state lines. A watershed isn't limited to one particular state. So if you're a planner in Texarkana, the issues that you might be looking at for Arkansas and Texas, there's going to be collaborations across those state boundaries. At the state level, you're going to have, for example, floodplain regulations or environmental protection issues that is happening at a state level, state economic development policies and practices that are engaged. And one thing that I want to point out is something called Dillon's Rule. Dillon's Rule is related to the ability of the state to engage in certain types of efforts. So Texas is a home rule state, but there are some states that are Dillon's Rule state. So if you're a Dillon's Rule state, then basically you have no authority unless it is specifically granted by the state. In home rule states, we're saying if you qualify, in Texas, for example, they are topics that you would be able to have that would be, for example, say I want to do a new thing, I want to implement an impact fee or whatever the topic might be, that I can do that if I have home rule authority. Now, there are things that may be specifically enabled by the state, but I have far more discretion in how I govern my local government than I do in a Dillon's Rule state. So Joaquin has brought up the issue. These seem like more practical questions, more straightforward answers. I wish that was always the case. The answer is sort of. But remember, there's so many things that you can do with each of these areas. So we're trying to get just an inch deep. So knowing the major impacts, there will be application questions as well. There will be some like, what is the appropriate thing, or what is Dillon's Rule? You'll have some of those kinds of questions, but you'll also have ones that might ask specifically a scenario around metropolitan planning organizations or something along those lines. So I'm just trying to introduce you to some framing of thinking and topics that will come up. Richard, do you want to jump in and say anything about feedback that you've heard from candidates about some of these areas of practice?
I hadn't really heard a lot on this particular section. A lot of it's just kind of, again, knowing the basics and knowing, just more of the broad topics versus, like we said earlier, diving deep. That's basically all I've really heard, nothing in particular.
Great, thanks.
Jennifer, what makes the Coastal Zone Management Act particularly important? If you could just briefly.
So the Coastal Zone Management Act has some specific provisions that are related to what type of development can happen. And so if I'm recalling correctly, that there is one of the provisions that's related to rebuilding after disaster and limitations on ability to rebuild. It also requires, if I'm recalling correctly, it requires that there be coastal zone management plans that are put in place for higher risk coastal locations. So that's one of the things that triggers we have to have planning in certain kinds of communities. Does that help?
Very much, thank you.
Sure. Okay. At a sub-state level, we tend to have topics that are regionally focused. So it might be parks, for example, a regional kind of a park that's at a sub-state level, areas that might be sub-state planning around environmental protection or transportation. If we thought a sub-state level in Texas, for example, water district planning would be a good example of some sub-state planning that you could think about. County planning. So one thing to keep in mind is Texas is very different from the rest of the country. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to have to pause this for just 2 minutes. My son got home and is locked out of the house. So I'm going to, rather than have him sit outside for the next half hour, I'm going to let him in. So we're going to take a mini break of like 2 minutes and I will be back in just a moment. Okay. Parts of the country. If you're in other parts of the country, counties can have far more planning authority than they have in Texas. So in Texas, you may be familiar with extraterritorial jurisdiction, concepts like that. That's not really a thing in certain other areas of the country. In counties in Texas, they have very little planning authority. But for example, in Ohio, where I came from, the counties had responsibility for overseeing land use planning in the unincorporated areas of the county. So there can be much stronger controls and planning influence depending on the area of the country you're in. So one of the things that we have to remember is to kind of zoom out from what our local context is into what is a national kind of context. So understanding as we're thinking about county planning that there may be different issues around growth management, for example. I mentioned with one of the acts under hazard mitigation that every county is required to have a hazard mitigation plan. And oftentimes you'll see issues around intergovernmental cooperation. The county is going to cooperate with the city because roads don't just stop at the city boundary, for example, in terms of collaborating and coordinating. Okay, so I feel like this is a good place for me to just pause. Because I know we've got lots of questions and topics that people are going to want to explore. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we're going to jump into more of a broader discussion around topics that you still have questions about. So we've had some questions about applications and materials, questions that you may have around study resources, anything like that that you'd like to raise as a point of discussion for today. So Eric?
Yeah, my question is about the essay guidelines. What exactly, I mean, I kind of read up on it a little bit, but I just wanted some more information about what, I think there are 3 essays that are required. And my question is, what topics are you expected to write the essay on?
Richard, do you want to jump in a little bit on the essays?
Sure. Once you get the information on the essays, they're going to be very specific about what they want, and you have. I think the key is to address exactly what they are asking for. I think most people get dinged if they don't adequately address the question. And I believe that there may be some other folks on here who may have already gone through their essays or submitted them, so they might can tell you a little bit more. One thing, I know some folks feel a little unsure before they submit them. So one thing that we can offer, if you would like a seasoned planner to review your essays before you submit them. I've got several experienced planners who are really good at reviewing the essays and giving you some really good critical feedback. And so I can get you set up with those folks. So just let me know, and be glad to have them review your essays.
Okay, thank you.
And so Emily typed, follow the resources and information on the APA website. I sit on the committee that reviews appeals for people that, related to these essays and other things. And the thing that I would say is being really, really clear about what is the planning experience directly. So it's very easy to see through, and people can call anything planning. And it's very easy to say, to read through, this isn't really planning. It may have been project planning, but it wasn't a planning process. So being able to explain how you're engaged in the planning process and being explicit about what your contributions are. Yeah, you may have been part of a team, but what was your role and how did you contribute to the planning work that was being done? So just trying to be as explicit as you can about your role, because sometimes people will talk about a really cool planning project, but they don't say anything about what they did and what their role and how they were engaged in that planning. So, there's a link that just got posted in the chat about that. And then somebody else said they're an engineer turned planner, and so they have a lot of practical knowledge, but not necessarily the education knowledge, and that's okay. We have planners that come from all different kinds of backgrounds, but what you'll see is some people trying to turn engineering or architecture experience and saying that is planning. And so you need to be really clear and explicit about what the aspects of your engineering work that were more directly planning, and call that out and write about that in your essays. Okay, other questions, topics that you'd like to explore?
I think there's a question about what resources do you recommend for people with planning background but no planning schooling? I'm an engineer turned planner. Lots of practical knowledge, but other than me enjoying reading, not a lot of structured planning theory knowledge.
Okay, that would be in the reading section. I pointed you to a couple of resources. One of them was called Local Planning, and that is just kind of the 101 guide to the basics of planning. So if there were any book that you were going to look to, that would be a good resource to point to help you get some of the theory and context and background on planning. And thanks for clarifying that it was more general and not just specific to the essays. Other questions or topics, have I worn y'all out and your hands are so tired? Well, okay, so Richard and I will talk about a couple things with you. So one, Richard, if you can remind everybody the resources that are upcoming that they're going to get this week. So you'll get some links, and if you can talk about the study groups and things like that.
Yes, either late next week or the week after, I will be posting on the website, and I'll shoot out an email to everyone. At least everyone that's been in this class, you will get the link to this recording so that you can go back and review. I will also include the Planedison discount. I believe it's 15% if you choose to purchase one of their, I believe there's several different different plans that you can choose from. Isn't that right, Jennifer?
That's correct.
And also, like I said, on study groups, I will be giving everyone an opportunity to opt out if they choose to not join in with a study group. I know there's a few folks out there that prefer to just completely study by themselves and alone, but I think by far the vast majority of everyone does better when they do have someone to be accountable to, or would enjoy getting together with an occasional group. So once we get after the opt-out period is over, which is about 3 days, I will be sending the study group list out to everyone. And that will just be a spreadsheet with everyone's name, email address, and zip code, and it is, is grouped by areas of the state. So that'll be going out shortly as well in the next week or so, either next week or the week after. Also, when I usually send out the first email, I'll give everyone the chance to opt out. I will include flashcards that were donated by Brooks Wilson. She lives in McKinney. She's a retired planner. I think she's a consultant now. She donated all of her flashcards. So I hope everyone will enjoy those and find those useful. I think those are kind of the big things. Like I said, this week's, anyone that's not here, so if you know of any other planners that are preparing to take the exam either November or in May, and they were not able to join today, they can purchase a recording for $30. The workshop from 2 weeks ago will be available for $25. Both of them are very good, and they cover different areas and have a lot of tips and a lot of great information. The presentation from 2 weeks ago is a really good resource in itself, because it kind of expands the outline and all of the subcategories in each of those different sections, and has a lot of the lists, the planning fathers, the theories. So I highly recommend purchasing that recording. That presentation comes along with that. So I see quite a few other questions coming in.
So one of the things that I wanted to just talk with you a little bit about is things you can do between now and November. Just some very practical things and ways that you can engage. So I'm about to post in the upcoming, in the text box, the upcoming webcasts that are available through the APA Texas chapters, or participant in the chapters and divisions webcast series. One of the topics that we just talked about was federal planning. The next Friday, there is a webcast that's focused on federal military planning. And so that would be a great one, because, there's only so much you can read, and pretty much every Friday there's a webcast session. And so just looking at the schedule for the between now and November and picking what are those topics that I really could use more help with. They're at lunchtime every Friday, or just about every Friday. And so it's a great way for you to get some additional insight. The Texas APA conference is coming up here in October. Another great opportunity. One of the things that I would advise is go to some of the legal and ethics sessions, and then choose sessions that are in areas that you may be less familiar with. So if there's a parks planning session and you don't know much about parks planning, use that as an opportunity to sharpen up some of your skills. All this professional development is really great for you as a planner as a whole, but will also help you in preparing for the AICP exam. So those are a couple of live opportunities that you can participate in the coming weeks that can help you get ready. Eric, I see you have another question.
Yeah. Are there any recommended materials that have sample questions? Like after studying, I'd like to do a dummy, exam, like answering questions in preparation for the exam.
I would recommend planningprep.com. They do have practice tests, so you can kind of test yourself on timing to make sure that you get through an exam in the right amount of time. The good thing about Planning Prep, it gives you feedback on the questions that you missed, and that's also very helpful as well.
Okay, thank you.
So I just posted in the chat box a link to that planningprep.com where you can get some of those practice tests. The Plan Edison course also has, I think, at least 6 practice exams and more than 1,000 questions in their database. So that would be another one. That one's not free, but we do have the discount code that Richard will be sending out later this week. So that would be another resource that you could point to if you were interested in getting some of more of those practice questions that are available. As I mentioned, the practice questions that we went through at the beginning of today are available on the AICP exam website. And so if you wanted to review those again, you certainly could. There's not answer feedback on those, but it does have a list of what the correct answers are. There are also some additional AICP exam prep materials. Richard's got them on the Texas APA website. The Treasure Coast chapter or section of the Florida chapter has some really great AICP prep resources as well. And so I'll post in a moment a link to that Treasure Coast link as a resource for you. So I'm going to mute myself and go grab that link real quick if somebody wants to ask another question while I'm pulling that for you.
Well, I'll go ahead and cover one of the other questions. I think someone asked if these slides were sent out from today's presentation, and yes, they were sent out Thursday evening along with the Zoom link to everyone that that registered for. I think we had a total of 24 that registered. So all 24 received a copy or the PowerPoint slideshow of this presentation. So I think that'll having that, you may want to print that out, and as you listen to it again, you may want to take down more notes. I'm one that when I go back over material, it seems to stick a little bit better. Also, I wanted to mention the Texas Chapter Conference that Jennifer mentioned. That is November 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and I'll be having my 4-hour workshop from 1 to 5 on Monday the 1st. I'll have PDOs from the 4 other sections. So a little bit different perspective will be presented at that workshop. So I always try to mix it up and bring in different presenters. So every time we have different folks in, they add a little bit more to the content.
So Richard, one of the things I want to leave people with is a little confidence building from today. So if you have taken this class, your odds of passing the AICP exam have gone up dramatically. And so I'll just let Richard share a little bit about that.
Yes, over the years, I have done a little bit of research and kind of number crunched the pass rates. And it's been very consistent for the last 12 years. Everyone that comes to this workshop has a much higher pass rate. It's right about 80% compared to the national averages usually ranges from 60 to 65%. So you've really increased your odds. I think the big key is though, and I think we've touched on it several times, is getting a minimum of 80 hours. 100 hours seems to be the sweet spot. And I think most people that have that goal of 100 hours do fairly well. It's the folks that have below 80% tend to be members of what I call the 54 club. What I've seen in the past is typically you have about 47% of the folks that take the exam make a 54, another 47 make a 55, and then you got the outliers or that additional 6%.
I agree. Planning is what matters. And the great news is y'all are planners. So y'all know how to do this. It's managing that workload. You know, when we first started today's session, I heard some people that were like, well, I'm thinking about taking it when. And if you do that, then it's easy to put it off and say, oh, I'll prepare for it another time, or I didn't really have time. I was busy. So you have to map out and create that workspace. So for me, it was, hey, I'm right. It takes 15 minutes on the bus every day to and from work. I'm using that as time that I'm going to study. It's saying, hey, I'm going to use my lunch hour once a week, and that's going to be study time, meeting with a study buddy, or, you know, whatever it is, just map out and say, this is how I can map out how I'm going to spend my time over the coming weeks. It can feel overwhelming. And I hope that today's session has helped you in some ways understand the breadth, but at the same time feel it become a little more manageable by understanding the study resources that are out there to support you, to help you think through strategies for being successful on the exam. I will just say that Richard is an outstanding resource, and he's here by your side to answer any questions, connect you to additional resources that you might need, help support you along the way, and take advantage of those folks that are on the list. They are awesome and will help support you as well. You'll find somebody that's a good match, whether they're in your area of the state or not. So much of us are doing stuff virtually now that it's very easy to be able to connect with others and to help support each other in this process of studying for the AICP exam. Again, I'll just say it's not about getting that great score. And I have to laugh when people write me and they say, I'm so disappointed I got a 63. I wanted to do better. And I'm like, no, you don't want to do better. Like, this is a painful process. You want to do just enough to pass this exam and be successful. All that matters is that you have those letters after your name, that AICP, and it is so exciting when you see that score report to see I passed. Now, there is a chance, you know, Richard told you maybe 20% don't pass, and they'll get it the second time around. You will receive a score report if you do not pass the exam that tells you what you missed. Now, it won't tell you the specific questions that you missed, but it'll tell you that you got 3 out of 12 questions right in ethics, or whatever the appropriate number is. So you'll get that score report. You can then take that, and then that will help you focusing for the next time around. So one of our participants today said, yeah, I did not do well on the ethics section. And so you'll have a better sense of how to focus your efforts in studying moving forward. If you do pass, it's just going to tell you you passed and your score. And you're hoping that it's a 55, 56, 57, somewhere in that range, and that you've got your AICP and you're ready to go. Now, we do have some questions about when can I use my letters behind my name. There is a score verification process that happens. And so you'll receive an official communication from AICP, like certifying your results and saying it's a done deal. But I have never, ever, ever heard of anybody that passed the exam, saw that positive report, and then heard that they weren't AICP. So you should feel free to tell all your family and friends and coworkers that you have passed the AICP exam, and go ahead and work on getting those business cards printed with your new letters after your name. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know APA does require you to have your AICP dues paid first before you actually start using it on correspondence and business cards. So that's usually kind of your last step, but they usually get you that bill fairly quickly so that you can go ahead and get that paid, and then it's a done deal. Couple other little things that just kind of came to mind. We had talked a lot about getting prepared on the day of the exam and what to expect while you're taking the exam. And one story that just kind of came to mind is, if you're uncomfortable, if you're taking it in person and you're uncomfortable in the room in any way, you can ask the room proctor to move to a different seat. We had one planner that studied 80 hours and was uncomfortable because this person was sitting kind of under an air vent, and cold air was blowing on her, and it just kind of bothered her. It bothered her enough that she was a member of the 54 Club. And so it's funny how one little thing like that can kind of become a problem for you. So if anything like that is a factor, make sure you do move. I've also heard of a horror story where the person knew where the building was where the exam was being taken, but then couldn't find a place to park, and because they will lock the doors after a certain point. So you hate to go through all of that. I would say if it's someplace that you're unfamiliar with, make sure you find out where to park, find out where the door is. If it's a multi-story building, go in and find the actual room. Make sure you know where the elevators are and so forth. You can't have any little thing distract you. So those are just a couple more little tidbits that you may want to keep in mind. Jennifer, I think you posted some more information.
Yeah, I posted some links to some of those flashcards, resources, and a couple of other items for you that you may find helpful. Of course, we value your feedback on today's workshop, and so Richard will be sending out a little survey, I think. Do you have that link now, or are you going to send that later?
Actually, I hadn't prepared the typical survey, but I would just invite anyone that has any comments or questions on today's workshop, anything that we could do better, just email us and let us know. We've done kind of a standard evaluation for multiple years, but for the most, I mean, 99% of those, everyone's been very happy with us. So, but if anyone has any suggestions or anything that we could do to improve this workshop, just email me and let me know. We'll definitely incorporate your suggestions.
I just want to say thank you all for making this investment in yourself. This is not how most of us enjoy spending our Saturdays. Now, I, of course, enjoy spending my Saturday with you and helping you to prepare for this exam, but it really shows the commitment to you and your profession that you're willing to invest this time and this effort to helping you prepare to become an AICP planner. It's something that is really exciting to me. Richard and I were just sharing at the beginning. I was inducted in the last class of fellows of the AICP, and Richard is being nominated this year for FAICP, so we're hopeful that he'll get it. But one of the things that I put in some of my materials is that I've helped more than 3,000 people pass the AICP exam over the last 15 years. And it's something that I take a lot of joy from. And so when you see me at a conference, I want to hear I passed, and we can, high five together when it's safe to do high fives again. But we really, we care a lot about you and your success. And so thank you for taking the time to participate. And I look forward to hearing positive outcomes in the coming months, whether you're taking the exam in November or in May or at a future date when you're eligible. So thank you all so much for your time today. And Richard will certainly be following up with you in the coming days.
Yes, I look forward to removing your name from my email distribution list and passing you on to our certification maintenance coordinator. So with that, good luck. Make sure you study 100 hours, and you should be well prepared then for the exam. Thank you again.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.